What is up, everyone? Wanted to jump on a little bit early and test out the internet that we have here. I just wanted to check out the internet. I know nobody's on right now. They're expecting me a little bit later. We have a good show for everyone tonight here live on Ted Investigates on YouTube. It's nice to kind of not have anybody on and be able to just talk to myself. It's kind of fun. But yeah, so I wanted to test out the internet just for a little bit before we start tonight's show. We have a fun show tonight. So basically, we're going to go over the time frame of Delphi. We have a 160-page document we're going to be reading. Also, we're going to be going over some of the stuff that I found interesting. Too. So we're going to be going over a little bit. But just give it a little bit to see if everybody hops on. Just give me a moment, everyone. But yeah, so we have the time frame. So we have like a 3-segment show. Yes, new hotel room for sure. Yep. So I just wanted to make sure. Can everybody hear my internet connection? Everything good with internet connection? Let me type. Let me type, you guys. Everything good with internet? It says medium strength, so I don't know what that means. It means medium, obviously, but sounds good. It's not delayed or anything? Okay. It's weird. The Marriott at this Marriott hotel has like weird internet hookups. Okay, so basically what we're going to go over, and I know it's early, I know we're starting early, but we have a 160-page document that is the official time frame from the court transcript that you've probably seen, but I wanted to make it a little bit more organized. Shoot, there is a small log, huh? Let me see if I can fix that. Yeah, it says medium here tonight. That's weird. They put me on, I wish they would have put me a little bit on a lower floor. Shoot, that sucks. I'm sorry. So we have, because I wanted to be more strategic, a lot of people have emailed me and said, Ted, we need this a little bit more buttoned up, a little bit more polished. I know I kind of, I have a full-time, company that I'm trying to do, and then I come and do this. So I don't want to shoot from the hip, and I don't want to waste anybody's time. So basically what we're going to do here is we are going to, I have a 160-page transcript. We have the beginning of Delphi, right? The first 24 hours. We have it broken down by the exact documents I'll be reading from the court, but then also some of the things I found in the early morning hours of yesterday that from like Reddit and just things that I was pulling online. So we're going to go online. We're going to go through the documentary, and then we're going to have someone that I know that is going to be hopping on that has never, unfortunately, they're not like a true crime person. They've never heard about the case, and I'm going to explain it to them, talk about the suspects, and get their opinion. They have truthfully never heard about the case. Only have 7 people on. So, okay, let's roll. Okay. Ooh, now 6. Ouch. Okay, so this is just a very generic timeline. And again, this is just to start the slide. I think the most impactful part of tonight will be the 160-page transcript that is time-stamped exactly on everything from all the details. But okay, so we're going to go back the sleepover and morning of February 13, 2017, okay? So you have Sunday, February 2nd, and again, we have so many other clippings and a lot more info, but I wanted to kind of just lay down a baseline of something. We have February 12th, Abby Williams stays the night at Liberty German's house. Monday, February 13th, the girls are off from school. They spent the morning at the German home before planning a hike. 1:30 p.m. to 1:49 p.m. Libby's sister drops the girls off at Mears Farm from the parking area near the entrance of the Monon High Trail. Okay, so this basically talks about the incidents. Actually, I wonder if we should just go right into the meat and potatoes of the show, but there's not many people on. But okay, the timeline of February 13, 2017. Okay, the incident. And again, this is just a very 30,000 level approach. We're going to get more granular as the night goes on. Richard Allen tells police he was on the trails during the time from 1:30 to approximately 3:30 p.m. We have 2 to 2:30. Several witnesses report seeing a man later identified by the state as Bridge Guy. For all you that are just joining us, again, this is our 30,000-foot view. We're going to be going over a lot of clippings from Reddit. And then we're going to be also talking about the 160-page transcript. I'm going to read it word for word. And that way we can really dissect all the events that are happening. And then we're going to tie it to a person that's going to be hopping on that hasn't heard about the case. We're going to tell them about each step of the way with the suspects and just see what they think and pick their brain. Okay, so I'm going to briefly read this. This very basic stuff, 30,000-foot view. 2 to 2:30, several witnesses report seeing a man later identified as Bridge Guy walking toward the trail. Libby's phone records a video of a man walking behind them saying, "Guys down the hill." 2:30 to 2:32 p.m. Libby's phone health app records the last known movement of the girls. 3 to 3:15, Libby's phone. Libby's father arrives to pick them up but cannot find them. Good evening, Deb. Thanks for hopping on. Again, I know I'm going to sound repetitive, but we're going to be doing a deep dive here. I'm just doing a 30,000 quick view of the case, and then we have the actual breakdown, which is literally minute by minute, and then we can dissect everything on a very granular level. Okay, so evening, night, the family community begin to search for the girls when they do not return home. Investigation and the timeline. February 14th, the search party members find the bodies of Abby and Libby in the woods near the Monon High Bridge, about a quarter mile from the trail. February 15th, police begin a multi-year investigation. Then we jump forward to July of 2017. Police released the first sketch of the suspect. I mean, almost 2 years later, or more than 2 years later. April 2019. Yes, it becomes very contagious. Exactly. Again, we'll be breaking it down. I'm just giving everybody, and I know we're jumping on the show a little bit earlier. Want to make sure the internet's okay. Again, this might be repetitive to the first 10 people that were joining. We're doing a quick 30,000-foot overview, and then we're going to get really granular. We have a 160-page transcript. Literally every minute it has what has happened. We're going to discuss that. Then we have somebody later on the show that has not heard about the case, and then we are going to tell them about the suspects and see what they think. Okay, so again, April 2019, police release a second different sketch and more audio from the phone and asking for a younger looking suspect. October 26, 2022, Richard Allen is arrested, not interested. Arrested for the murders after a new look at a tip from 2017 regarding his presence on the trail. October 18, 2024, the trial Richard Allen begins. And I don't like to go into more detail than that. It kind of just gets me mad. So we'll skip over that. All right. So some of the clippings I took, and again, this is a 30,000-foot view. We're going to be breaking it down here in about 10 minutes. We're going to wait until people come on, and then I'll start reading the court transcripts, which really has and you guys probably all have seen this, but literally minute for minute, and then we can kind of chime in, and I can take some notes, and we can really build a strong timeline from the very beginning. But these are some clippings I found just randomly. As I understand it, Libby was at a friend's sleepover over weeks to February 2nd, 2017, before the girls were murdered. At the sleepover, the girls communicated with Anthony Schatz after the sleepover, not sure the date, Libby did factory reset of her phone. The night before the murder, Abby and Libby had another sleepover at German's home, and Kelsey was there as well. So I found something online that kind of caught my attention that, girls when they're younger, right? Like I had my buddy friends. I love sleepovers, right? I was always praying to God that my parents let me sleep at my buddy's house. So, it's pretty common for people at that age group to have sleepovers with their friends. It's some of the most exciting things you could possibly have. We have other people saying Friday, Libby at Aunt Tara's, Saturday, Abby with GF. Being Italian to be Godfather, but it's probably not Godfather, it's probably grandfather. And I can't see that. Sunday sleepover. Sorry, challenge couldn't line up the blocks. And then the people are just saying, I didn't know Kelsey contacted everyone her sister was just in contact with, but she didn't have the phone. How did she know to contact? She had Libby's SM passwords, so she signed into Libby's accounts on her phone. Again, this is Reddit. Sometimes you can find some pretty good stuff. That really caught my attention because it was February 2nd. Okay, so transcript, Libby had been talking to Anthony Schatz since February 2nd. At first, he denies this, but agrees. I think there was and again, these are just clippings from Reddit. I think because there was evidence that they had started talking at that point, I think the party slash sleepover was with the friend is when they realized they were speaking to the same guy. And supposedly this is the girl that Libby had an issue with due to situation. She is not the only girl that Libby had talked about the Anthony Schatz profile with. The boy she was interested in, from it reads, she spoke to a couple different people about him. 3, Abby was with Grandpa on Friday and Saturday. Libby was with family on Friday. Libby was at the friend's sleepover Saturday night. Abby stayed over with Libby Sunday night. They went to the bridge on Monday. 4, I got this info in 2 places. First, the MSP, and second, over the Delphi docs. A poster knew about the issue Libby had with her friend a week before. It's been brought up on several threads, and that's how Libby first met the Anthony Schatz account, through her. He originally was catfishing her friend at the party. She and another friend that Libby was telling about, this cute guy, who spoke to the police, but the first girl was the first to go to the police. What is up, everybody? Thanks for joining. Just wanted to give people a 30,000-foot view. Again, they communicated on this Keek Messenger, which I find is interesting. Wanted to give a screenshot about this. Never even heard of Keek Messenger, or if I'm even pronouncing it right. Keek, I think, K-I-K, Messenger. Again, we have some fun things coming up. We got the 160-page document. Okay, this is the old man. I really need glasses. Libby captures a 43-second video showing Abby walking at the very end of the Monon High bridge toward Libby, while a male subject wearing a dark jacket and plans walks behind her and says, guys, down the hill. So these are just clipping. I took a clipping of Betsy Blair. Libby's video stops. Someone tries to biometrically unlock the phone and is not successful. Betsy Blair sees a comment on an old timely car parked in the old Child Protective Services building. And again, this is just more of the case documents. And we are going to go through the 160-page content. This is before I was going through everything. All right, so real quick, go over the ski mask incident. Let me zoom in because Ted can't read. Ski mask situation refers to a reported stalking incident. I know we brought this up before. Occurred just days after the February 13th murders of Abby Williams and Libby German. This incident is often cited in discussions regarding the Anthony Schatz catfishing profile, which was run by Keegan Klein. Just wanted to let everybody know when 7:45 hits, we're going over the 160-page breakdown minute for minute. And then after that, we have the person that is going to hop on that does not know about the case. We're going to try to talk to them about suspects. So we're going through this really quick. According to police, interview transcripts with Keegan Klein, a teenage girl who had been in contact with Anthony Schatz account, reported a frightening incident shortly after the murders. The peeping incident, a few days after the murders, this young girl who had recently sent address to the Anthony Schatz profile reported spotting a man wearing a ski mask looking at her in the bedroom window. Now that is creepy. That is crazy timing. The incident occurred in the days following the Delphi murders, causing investigators to look for links between the online person and physical harassment investigation. Detectives highlighted that the Anthony Schatz profile had searched for the girl's family on Facebook the day before the incident. Connection to the Delphi case, Anthony Schatz account. Keegan Klein, who ran the fake Anthony Schatz profile, was in communication with Libby German on the day of the murder. Follow-up communication. Following the murders, the Anthony Schatz profile told another user that he was supposed to meet up with Libby, but never showed. Potential link. The ski mask incident is viewed by some as a potential attempt by the person behind the Anthony Schatz account for someone associated with them to harass or threaten witness or those connected to the case. Speculation and debate. Who was the masked person? While some speculate the incident was tied to Keegan Klein or his father, Tony Klein, suspicious individual, others in the online discussions, such as Reddit true crime communities, again, this is where I was pulling some of the documents, have debated the accuracy of the report or whether it was separate or an unrelated event. Keegan's response, Keegan Klein denied being the person in the mask, telling the report it was crazy. The incident is considered a significant circumstantial piece of information that helped focus investigators on Keegan Kline and Anthony Schott's account as part of the broader Delphi investigation. All right. These are just clippings. We're taking a 30,000-foot view. Uh-oh. It is freezing up on me. Can everybody... uh-oh. I know this Marriott internet stinks tonight. Okay, so we are going to be reading tonight 160-page, literally every single minute, and you probably heard about it. Again, I'm stalling a little bit right now, and I apologize, but waiting for everyone to hop on. What up, Truth Over Verdict? What is going on? Okay, good. You can still hear me. Okay, so these are just the 30,000-foot view snippings I did today. We're going to be going over the document. And again, I'm going to sound repetitive probably to the other 28 people that have been on here, but we are going to then interview a person, or not interview. We're going to be explaining the case to a person that hasn't heard about the case with the suspects and see their opinion. But we have a really nice breakdown of the case, and please chime in. Anybody wants to call in too. When I get done with this, we'd love to have it. Okay, so the core three, which will be going over this in the testimony. Let's see what time it is. 7:41. I wonder if I can just pull up the witness and phone testimony. It's 160 pages. Let me see. The core three witnesses are Brianne Wilbur, a high school student at the time who was walking the trails with friends. She testified that she saw a man walking with a purpose who gave off weird vibes. She stated that when she later saw the grainy image released by police, she immediately thought it was a person she had seen. And again, these people are all going to be in the real timeline that we're going to be talking about. Hey, what's up, True Crime Mama? Rayleigh Voorhees. That's funny. Everybody calls me Rayleigh Voorhees, and I'm literally, and I feel like an idiot, I'm thinking Jason Voorhees of Friday the 13th. Or not Friday the 13th. Is it Friday the 13th? Jason Voorhees? Yeah. So I apologize. I'm just like, why are people calling me Jason Voorhees? So anyways, Rayleigh Voorhees, a friend of Wilbur, who was walking with him that afternoon. And again, I'm doing this for the person that's going to be on the show. I'm giving them some 30,000-foot view context. She testified seeing a man she believed was Bridge Guy and estimated his height to be around 5'10". Okay, that's way taller than Richard Allen. Okay, Richard Allen was a little dude, man, and he did not have gray hair at the time. Betsy Blair, a frequent visitor to the trails, saw a man standing on the bridge roughly 50 feet away from her. She worked with the police to create the second composite sketch of the suspect. Okay. Good deal. Yep. What's up, Skinny? I've never looked at Alex Voorhees, and I feel bad. I should look him up because enough people have told me that, and I'm like, I don't even know. I thought it was Jason Voorhees, and I'm sorry. It's like standing right in front of me. It's sitting right in front of me the entire time. So it's my fault. So the contradictory descriptions, and again, this is very basic for a lot of, or 99% of the people on the channel. Shouldn't even have to say this, but there's people that are watching that have never seen the case. I'm breaking it down in little bullet points, and then we'll read from the real transcript. Defense attorneys pointed out that the witness originally described the man as younger, 20s and 30s, taller than Richard Allen, who is approximately 5'4". I'm not sure Richard Allen's height. I thought he was maybe 5'6". I've heard he was 5'4". I've heard a lot of people crucify me for saying he's 5'4". So I guess I could look at court records and the police photo. I think it shows people's height when they're inmates in prison instead of shooting from the hip. So the muddy and bloody witness, a fourth significant witness, Sarah Carball, testified seeing a man matching the description of Bridge Guy walking along nearby that road. She notably stated appeared mud and bloody. What drives me nuts about this case is, like, think of how many cold cases we have where we go back and we get people by DNA, right? Think of how many like older men in their 70s, 80s that are getting literally yanked from their houses, that have lived these fraudulent lives, that have murdered men and women, actually, but mainly men, have murdered either men on men or men on women, and have played like pretend like, hey, I wasn't there. I mean, there's a million interrogations. And we have Richard Allen, we don't have DNA, and we have him as the fall guy, as the guy that get railroaded. And that's what frustrates me so much, because in today's, 2026, right? Golden State Killer, East Area Rapist was his nickname. And I think it was the Vallejo Night Stalker, the Vallejo like house robber. You know, he did 100 burglaries. He did 30 rapes before he became a serial killer and then murdered 11 people. And we connected him with DNA. DNA has been the topic, like on CODIS, genealogy websites. I mean, this is how we get all the bad people from the past and bring them to justice. And then we have a case where we have no DNA, we have an unspent round, we have both BS. I don't want to swear. And then we're framing the person. And it just drives me nuts because it's like in today's age, you think this would be something in the 70s, 80s, the 90s, maybe even the early 2000s. You wouldn't think in 2017 with DNA that you'd be able to railroad and frame somebody. And that's what makes me absolutely crazy about everything. Yeah, and Rick, I heard, gave photos to Libby or Abby's parents, like pictures at CVS Pharmacy. I could be wrong, but I've heard that even before I had a YouTube channel. So, yeah, it just makes me crazy about all this. Okay, we're going to go to the timeline. Instead of going for this, we're going to go to the real meat and potatoes of everything. Thanks again for joining Ted Investigates. Make sure you like it. We're going to be donating to... Holman was the last person to see David Kellenberger alive. Nice, Fig. Big Fish, it was accidental. I was trying to block that a-hole account. Uh-oh. Shay Watson, what is up? Very one of these people. Let's see, Shay. We love seeing Shay on board. Very one of those people have been to CVS and seen Rick there multiple times. Why didn't either ask them if they've ever been to CVS? Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's crazy when you really break it down. Okay, let's go into the fun stuff. I'm excited to be here with everyone tonight because I was able to rub a couple brain cells together and be able to put this into StreamYard and not have to do like little clippings because of like memory issues. So I'm super excited. I was so pumped up when I could read this with everyone. I am excited, and I'm excited for the people that don't know about this case that are watching that I got on board. I'm shocked they don't know. But we're going to go after that timeline. We're going to go from the very beginning, 24 hours beforehand. And another thing I want to grab real quick is if anybody has any good takeaways, I want to get your opinions down because I beef up all the people that watch this channel about how smart everybody is on here. And again, it's like I'm sitting back as a fan and I'm getting educated from you, the viewers, and all your opinions. You guys are 10,000 times more knowledgeable than me in the case, even though I've heard about this case for a long time. You have put the work in, you have done the studying, and the amount of insight I get from you guys is truly remarkable and amazing. And if the mainstream media would just take a second and go into these Delphi groups and hear from you guys, they would be able to figure this out a lot faster. So just give me 1 second. I'm just going to get a piece of paper and a pen in case... Or I guess I could actually type it in a Word document. Let me see. I have a pen here. Okay, let me see if I can just give me a second because I do want to keep a very fun timeline, and then we're going to post this as the days go by, and then we're going to show it on a live stream, the actual timeline. So just give me a second. Just use this hotel piece. Okay. All right, I'm going to start reading. We'll go over this. And then if anybody wants to chime up, where is my... I lose everything when I'm in a hotel. Hold on. Let me get another piece of paper. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay, so this is for the viewers, and then we're going to do a call-in if anybody wants to call in and give their take. But I want to get the timeline exactly down because then I want to do another show with all the interjection of people's opinions. So we're going to build out our own timeline that's like literally minute by minute on what all the experts that are watching the channel think. So excited to do this with everyone. Okay, everybody, give me 1 second. All right, here we go. Oh, man, I am so pumped. And again, I'm not pumped because people got murdered, but like to be here with you. Now, please comment. No problem. I hope you enjoy that Pop-Tart. Criminal Network, the Eagle has landed. Yes, he is... I love Criminal Network. He literally could solve the case himself. Okay, so there's going to be stuff that we talk about too that Criminal Network disagrees with, and I see eye to eye a lot on Criminal Network. What he's saying makes a lot of sense. Again, we're just giving a whole granular view on everybody's testimony here. So here we go. Please chime in, and if I don't see it, I'm going to go through this at the end of, not tonight, but I'm definitely going to go through this and take pull any information that I've missed. And if the moderators, if anybody could text me if I'm just reading anything good. Okay. Yeah, no, I love criminal network stuff. Is great. Oh, wait a minute. I thought I just saw everybody's favorite guy from South Florida. Where is he? Disappeared on me now. All right. Here we go, everyone. Hope you can hear me. Again, just make sure you like. Okay, so we got February 13th. Okay. And again, I'm doing this because a lot of people told me that my presentations were buttoned up. And I'm like, hey, it's a story of my life. Man, when you have ADHD and you're trying to do a million different things at once, sometimes you don't come off as polished as the rest of the people, but I guarantee I'll work just as hard. So I can guarantee that for my viewers. I try my hardest. Sometimes if it comes off where I'm like major ADHD in, where like shit's not adding up and shit looks like all over the place, bing, bing, bang, bang, that's because I've had attention deficit disorder. So, all right. What up, Keith? That's the South Florida assassin. Okay, so February 13th, 5 a.m. And please let me know, Reby or Deb or somebody text me if I lose connection with everyone. I never know. I'm at a Marriott and it says medium strength. So I was supposed to have like normal strength. I don't know why. So, okay, here we go. February 13th, I'm going to write this down. And then I want to see if anybody comments because you guys are more important with your opinion. Okay, 5 a.m. Anna Williams started her shift at Milner's Nursing Home in Rossville. 6:41:09, Tyler to Libby. Wow, red. 6:41, Tyler to Libby. You done yet? 6:43, screen on. 6:43, screen off. 6:50, Tyler to Libby. Guess so. And I couldn't because she didn't forget. Red. Screen on, screen off. Look at that face. That freaks me out. Teresa and Dave, and forgive me if I'm bad at pronouncing last names. Don't crucify me here. Teresa and Dave Liebert were just back from vacation and home in Delphi as of February 12th, 2017. They went tanning at 8:30 a.m. on February 13th. Teresa, I can't see because the comments. 1 second. Teresa was on their way home. They saw a guy with no teeth who was all black. Okay, probably a meth head, right? I should make fun of meth heads. I have a family member that's having a problem with meth, but, they don't have teeth. So she saw him walking toward the green gate by their house. But as they approached, he stopped and started walking the opposite way. He was dressed for cold weather, even though it wasn't cold out. Well, if you're on drugs, you're always cold, or if you have a low BMI. When I was a little bit more in shape, I was cold when it's cold, and now I'm actually warm all the time because I've gained weight. But anyways, she described a white, scruffy beard, a big hat, maybe a knit cap, and a scarf across his chin. He grinned at Teresa, and she thinks she saw silver caps on his teeth. He also had high cheekbones. Look at that car. Wow, okay. Brad Heath, at 8:45 a.m., okay? Brad Heath drives by an older model vehicle parked on the side of the road halfway between the CPS building and entrance to FB, the Freedom Bridge, on his way to work. He described it as an older vehicle that was 4 doors and a faded dark blue color. He estimated the vehicle was a late 80s, early 90s model. 10:30 a.m. Here's our buddy, Elvis Fields, crazy dude, sets his phone down in Rushville and doesn't touch it whatsoever for the next roughly 9 hours. I think a lot of people said he was mentally disturbed. 10:41, screen on. 10:42, Snapchat. Very good. She left, but she just said toothless, but had silver caps. Yeah, that is strange. 10:42, Snapchat app in the foreground. 10:42, Libby to Tyler. I wasn't up that early. 10:42 and 24 seconds, phone unlocked. 10:42. Okay, everyone, we're still on February 13th. Snapchat app not in the foreground. 10:42 with 35 seconds. Snapchat app in the foreground. Approximately 10:45 a.m., Abby and Libby woke that Monday around 10:30 a.m. after staying up late the night before. Libby Snapchats with her mom, Carrie Timmons. Derek made them banana pancakes for breakfast. Oh, this breaks my heart because that's the digestive thing. Abby and Libby were piddling around and she was bored. So they came out and asked if we could do something. And I had to work the rest of the day. So I told her, I said, well, you guys know what I got some filing that needs to be done. If you guys will do that filing for me, I'll pay you for it. And then later on, after we get off, after I got done working, we'll go shopping or we'll go do something because Libby had started enjoying shopping. Oh, what a sweet girl. 10:49, Snapchat. Why do I keep saying Snapchat? I'm an old guy. I cannot pronounce it. Snapchat app not found in foreground. Facebook app found in foreground. Facebook app not in foreground. Screen off. 10:54, phone locked. 10:55, screen on. 10:55 with 4 seconds. Movement. Started walking around. 10:55, screen off. Screen on. Screen off. 11:01, movement. Stopped walking around. Steps. 50 steps, distance 37.81 miles. That does not add up. That does not equal 50 steps. I know that. Okay. Okay, so we have 11:01 a.m. screen on. 11:01 with 32 seconds screen off, screen on, phone unlocked. I'm just going to kind of blow through some of this if it's repetitive. Snapchat app in the background. 11:10, Snapchat app not in the background. 11:10, Facebook app in the background, Facebook app not in the background. Okay, let me zoom in a little bit here. Sorry about this. Madison Mata, neither can I. We were by there today. They were there when we were playing basketball at Cuddy. Tara German, who was there and why were they? Madison Mata, Libby and Abby, they were a high bridge. Madison Mata, City, Bree Wilbur, I went to the High Bridge about an hour before she got there, and I left before she was there. Approximately 11 a.m. Collier, Mata, and Herrera walked to the Monon High Trail. Question mark, but for how long? Okay, I'm going to read the smaller font, and I'm going to go into the time frame. Okay, yeah, I went over to my mom's in Peru, Mexico earlier that day. I think my mom had hip surgery back then or something, but regardless, my wife was working. So I went over there and spent the morning with them. My sisters come over and they were going to go eat lunch and stuff. And I wasn't about that. So I went home. And I remember it was fairly a warm day or warmer than normal. So I could just put on a jacket, went back to the trails. Usually when we go, we walk down to the High Bridge and walk back and walk down the other side and come back. I mean, it wasn't a ritual, but I remember walking down to the bridge. The times it was, I left my mom's, it was probably around 11:15. So I think I would have been out there because I didn't do anything else. It would have been around noon. I thought this is when I was out there. Okay, 11:15 a.m. Richard Allen leaves his mother's home in Peru. 11:15, Snapchat app in the background. 11:16, Snapchat app not in the background. Screen off, screen on, phone locked, screen off, screen on, screen off. And then 11:28 with 58 seconds, movement, started walking / running. And again, we're on February 13th, 2017. Movement started walking. 11:13 a.m. Or I could be wrong, actually, the date. I think they may have jumped on me. 11:30 a.m. Rayleigh Voorhees and her half-sister, Anna Spath, leave their dad's house around 11:30 and walk to pick up their friend, Bree Wilbur. Rayleigh, Anna, and Bree then walk to Rayleigh's mom's house to pick up Rayleigh and Anna's half-sister, Isabella, before heading to the trail. Okay, 11:31, screen on. 11:31 again, screen off, screen on, screen off, screen on, screen off. 11:35, movement, stop walking. 16 steps. That makes no sense. Or unless it's 11.97 meters. It's probably meters, not miles, right? That wouldn't make any sense. Approximately 11:45 a.m., Richard Allen stops by his house to grab a jacket or sweatshirt, then heads to the trail to take a short walk, which he's been very consistent of. 11:49, screen on, screen off, screen on. 11:50, Snapchat in the background. 11:50, the phone unlocked. And again, I'm going to blow through this. Snapchat, not in the background. Phone app in the foreground. Phone app, not in the foreground. Snapchat, Facebook, going back and forth. Sorry, I just don't feel like going. Okay, approximately 11:53 a.m. Ron Logan drives to the transfer station in Delphi, Indiana, to drop off trash. Video from the transfer station shows Ron driving his white Ford pickup between 11:27 and 11:32 a.m. The video from the transfer station appears to be off by 26 minutes, putting Ron at the transfer station from approximately 11:53 to 11:58 a.m. And that is why somebody sent me a comment about GHI Investigates. That's why I do not follow that channel. Nothing against that guy, but he follows a timeline and everything's off according to the actual reports. So when we're trying to place people, especially that Tom Webster, when we're trying to place people at the scene of crimes and why they're not giving false alibis at transfer stations, you're using stuff that's not accurate. And it kind of frustrates me because it's like, a lot of times film is not accurate. You need to have the accurate times of, especially when it's on video, and it just frustrates the S out of me. So God, it makes me so mad because some people are like creating their own narrative against Richard Allen. And I'm like, how do we live in a society where there's like zero DNA, zero everything on this guy, and we're literally accusing someone of 130 years in prison? It just feels like he just got railroaded, and we wish he could have the financial capability of having people fight for him. And that's why we got to keep making noise. We got to be the loudest people in the room. We got to be the 800-pound gorilla in the room. This guy is literally the nicest guy in the world sitting there because he's not the squeakiest wheel. Obviously, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? He's not the squeakiest wheel. He is not speaking up as animated as he needs to be, like some of us, and he got railroaded by these people, and they're at CrimeCon, and the person that commented me about CrimeCon, you got to be kidding me. CrimeCon, it means one thing to me, and again, I'm being kind of passionate here, and I'm sorry, but con artists, people at CrimeCon that are taking pictures of each other, and they're all smiling because they're like mainstream media making a ton of money, and I got nothing against the media, but I'm just saying, all smiling together. If you take a second to look at this case, you should be embarrassed. I would not be able to. I don't care if you paid me $1 million a year. I wouldn't be able to sit with a bunch of people while you're railroading some innocent guy, and he's in life for his entire freaking life. It's so wrong. And people are like, oh, the CrimeCon said it. Hey, screw the jokers at CrimeCon. You got to be kidding me. You're calling me about CrimeCon? It has the word con in it. You're out of your mind. Okay, anyways, sorry. I'm just so mad about that. There's somebody that keeps commenting, oh, I was at CrimeCon. Dude, you're talking about people, they're all connected against one person. If you can't see that, you need to get your brain checked. You need to get a CT scan. Okay, would you play in the NFL and you got hit 100 times? Are you Junior Seau? Sorry. So anyways, approximately 12 p.m., Richard Allen parks by Old SR 25, crosses FB, Freedom Bridge, as he's passing 3 girls leaving the trail, right? Collier, Herrera, Mata. He said that since day one. He said one was taller, had dark hair, and looked older than the other 2. He's checking his stock ticker. He didn't care. But, again, we want to railroad this guy. Collier, Mata, and Herrera leave the MHB trail and walk to City Park to play basketball. 12:01 p.m. Movement stopped walking from the trail. I'm sorry to go off on a tangent, but it's like people are emailing me, and I'm like, dude, if you're referencing CrimeCon, are you kidding me? Like, you're not even worth the discussion at this point. Like, you are like, goodbye. Like, you're not even worth listening to. And again, I got nothing against the people that show up for CrimeCon. Everyone gets pressured at their different jobs. Some people are corrupt, some people aren't. Some people get caught in the middle of things where they have to bite their tongue. I don't know why, but when they do. But like, if anybody comments to me on my page about CrimeCon, you're not getting a response. I'm not addressing anything on CrimeCon. That is like literally going to a Star Wars convention and thinking like lightsabers real. It's like, just go away. Actually, in today's time, it probably is real with like alien technology, but you get what I mean. Okay, so 12:02 p.m. Betsy Blair's vehicle is seen on HHS video driving eastbound towards Mears Lot. Okay, so right here. It just drives me nuts. Yeah, exactly. The guy, ooh, CrimeCon. I'm like, dude, if you're referencing CrimeCon, okay, I might not know a ton about this case, but just go away. Shoo. You know what I mean? I mean, it sounds like my grandma. Shoo, shoo, shoo. You know, when she's mad at me, or she's Italian, she'll hit me. But it's like, don't reference CrimeCon. Like that is that's the dumbest thing you could reference to make a point. Approximately 12:03 p.m., Betsy parks at Mears Lot. Her Fitbit data shows activity for the first of her 3 loops walking the trail. She begins walking towards the Monon High loop. Thank you, Bezo. Thank you. I'm going to be at CrimeCon, and I posted whoever subscribed, we're going to bring a few people that I know out, and we're going to literally, or at least I'm going to get in like a lot of trouble there where people are going to ban me from being there. Again, I'm not going to get into physical stuff, but I'm going to be the biggest jerk in the room. Believe me, I'm going to be kicked out of there in 10 minutes, and I'll probably be detained. And again, I'm not trying to be a criminal here. I'm just saying I'm definitely going to be there next year. You're definitely going to see me, and you're going to hate that I'm there. Approximately 12:10 p.m., Betsy turns around at Monon High Bridge and walks back toward the trail, split from loop number 1. Okay, 12:11, screen on, screen off, screen on, phone unlocked, Facebook app in the foreground, Snapchat app. Oh, believe me, you definitely will see me at CrimeCon. I am the biggest pain in the ass. 12:16, screen off, 12:16, screen on. Yep, I'll definitely need bail money. Well, I got my own money. Don't worry about bail money. We have connections. We will be fine. But I'm going to be appropriate, but I'm just going to be loud and I'm going to get kicked out. Approximately 12:17 p.m., Betsy reaches this trail split and takes a left to walk half of the 501 trail for loop number 1. 12:18, screen on, screen off. Approximately 12:20, Richard Allen reaches the trail, splits, and continues to the Monon High Bridge. Approximately 12:21, Betsy turns around halfway down the 501 trail and walks back toward the trail split for loop number 1. Okay, screen on, screen off, blah, blah, blah. Approximately 12:25, Betsy reaches the trail split and takes a left toward the Freedom Bridge for the loop number 1. Bree Wilbur uploads a picture to Snapchat from Freedom Bridge. Bree said she did not see any other young girls or bridge guy on the walk to the Monon High Trail. Yes. I'm definitely, we're going to get a spot there. I have a lot of buddies too. They're a lot bigger than me, and they're heavy hitters. They're big dudes, and we're all going to be there, and we'll get a booth. And I've been at millions of trade shows before, being the loudest person. Yep, for sure. Criminal Network. Yeah. I'll definitely. I mean, I've been to trade shows where I've gotten kicked out of, and I've came back under other company names, and literally they knew I was there, and I would just put glasses on, and they're like, we banned you from this trade show because I would mouth off and like speak passionate about wrong things, and literally they would ban my company, and I would just literally pay to create another company and go to these shows that are like on NFL stadiums, and they could not keep me out of the show. And they're like, we got to keep this guy out of here and whatever he's doing. And literally I'd have multiple different workers and no one knew what hit him. I would have a booth over here, then I'd have one at the beginning of the show, at the very end of the show, and no one would know. I'd have different names, and you can't tell. I hide them behind different LLCs. I mean, I know how to be a problem. Sometime around lunch, Libby asked her grandmother, Becky Patty, if her and Abby could go to the High Bridge. Becky, distracted with work-related obligations, told the girls that they could go to the trail if they could get a ride there and a ride back. She was too busy to drive them herself. Kelsey was planning on meeting up with her boyfriend, Chase, before having to go to work at 4:30 p.m. at Dairy Queen. She initially refused to drive the girls, but agreed to drop them off if they could find a ride home. Libby led Becky and Kelsey to believe that she had lined up a ride home with Derek, saying he had agreed to pick them up between 3 and 3:30. It appears that Libby actually did not phone Derek until the girls had already arrived at the trail. But as Libby, and I can't see, and I apologize because there's chat threads, blank, he would agree to meet the girls and drive them home at the end of the hike. But as Libby knew he agreed to meet the girls and drive them home at the end of the hike. Approximately 12:30 p.m., Richard Allen reaches the Monon High Bridge to see if he could see the fish before walking back to sit on the overlook bench at the trail. I mean, this is like, it's so crazy because this is what Richard Allen has said the entire time. It's like, guys, as consistent as anyone's ever been in their life with telling an alibi. Approximately 12:32, Betsy turns around at the Freedom Bridge and walks back toward the trail split for loop number 1. Okay, I'm just going to jump through this. Screen on, screen off, screen on, screen off. Approximately 12:39 p.m., Betsy Blair reaches the trail split and continues walking towards the Monon High Bridge for loop number 2. Oh, and I'm going to live stream getting kicked out of there. So we're going to have people filming me. I mean, it's going to be rather interesting. You're going to see Ted investigates, and you're going to see Ted is a mother effing problem. 12:39, Snapchat app in the foreground. 12:39, phone unlocked. 12:39, unknown phone number 1 comes within 60 to 100 yards of the crime scene. 12:40, Snapchat app not found in the foreground. Screen on, phone lock, screen on, screen off. Approximately 12:40 p.m., I just bought a new car, so I had to take my car to get fixed down in Lafayette at Twin City Dodge, the car company, and so we got that fixed. Her new car broke. Who is we? And when I came back, it was a beautiful day, so I went and stopped at the trails with my boyfriend to go hiking. We know what Sergio says about I versus we pronouns, and with, I can't see somebody's head. I'm sorry, you're in the way. And with parentheses, Veronica recalled Shelby saying she was with a group of friends from Lafayette, and they all went out to eat in Delphi after Shelby dropped off her vehicle before heading to the trail. Please like the channel, everybody. And if you wanted to join, I think it's either 99 cents or $1.99. Again, the most impactful thing is just to like and subscribe and to share it with people. If you like the content, if you're still kind of suspect in the content, that is fine too. Because when I'm at Crime Con, I guarantee I'll win you over by then. Shelby told Veronica she drove her dad's truck to lunch and trails. 12:43 p.m., Bree Wilbur takes a pic of MHB. Okay, I should just say Monon High Bridge. She testified they saw people on their way. And there's a little photo of her. I don't know if you can see my mouse. Riley said she said hi to other people they passed on their walk, including a man walking his dog. Oh, hold on one second. We have got to make sure this guy still comes on. All right. Okay, 12:44, screen on, screen off, screen on, screen off. Approximately 12:45, about an hour after arriving, Richard Allen leaves the bench and starts walking back to his vehicle. Done. Get out of jail. Be free. Enjoy your life. He noticed an SUV and a sedan parked at the farmer's entrance. I mean, what is going on here? We're talking 12:45 p.m. Betsy drove an SUV. Did the dog walker drive a sedan? Approximately 12:46 p.m., Betsy turns around at the Monon High Bridge and walks back toward the trail split for loop number 2. Okay, Richard, I mean, what are we doing? Leave this guy alone, man. You guys are just, you Crime Con idiots. You morons at Crime Con. I'm kidding. I know I'm really belaboring the point here, but we had some guy that looked like Jaws. If you guys ever saw Moonraker from James Bond, and he keeps commenting. And I said, why don't you jump on the show? Like, debating and having an open dialogue on an issue is the best way to resolve something. You know, swearing at me and name calling, what does that even do? Like, that doesn't do anything. That just shows you're insecure with who you are. Why don't you call in? And I respect your decision. Let's hear your opinion. Let's address it and go back and forth. You don't need to name call me and say, you know, FL, and he put FUCKEL, you know, and I'm like, listen, I can remove your comment, but you're a grown man. I'm a grown man. Why don't we just have a conversation? and during the conversation, if you want to tell me to go F myself or whatever you think, that's fine. But let's have a conversation, right? Like sitting there and like pretending you're like some Jaws character on a James Bond with Sean Connery, that ain't going to work. That doesn't, and all caps. I mean, yeah, you can get me a little bit mad. I'm Italian, but I mean, why don't we communicate? Communication is the key. It's the key to understanding the differences in life. It's not just swearing and rambling and, blah, blah, blah. Like, I saw your YouTube page. You seem like a good dude. You got a family and you seem like you have a lot of nice things and you got a potty mouth, and there's grown people that are adults and we all know. I have a potty mouth too, believe me. I'll step it up. But I'm just saying, like, to sit there and just yell, like, just go follow another channel. Get lost, dude. No one cares. If you don't want to jump on and give me your opinion and be a man or be a woman and just address it to me, sitting there like being a little like, dude, come on, man. Sorry. All right, I'll keep going. Sorry about that. I'm getting attacked recently, and I got to have a little bit thicker skin because I'm just, I'm like, just jump on. Like, I'm not even a mean guy. Like, let me hear your opinion. All right, fair point. You have your opinion. I have my opinion, and we can debate, and you can debate with my viewers. And the best type of things, sometimes the best way to disagree is to agree, and we all move forward. We don't need to sit there and be a tough guy. I mean, or a tough, both sex. It doesn't matter what sex, just speak it out. You're starving for more. Okay, well, great. Well, let's hear your side of the story. Well, my side of the story is on CrimeCon. All right, you're out. Get out of here. All right, so Betsy reaches the trail split and takes a left to walk the 501 trail. Sorry, everyone. I don't mean to keep going after CrimeCon. I watch people get together and they're all against Richard Allen. And I can't take it because I think, what if that's us? What if that's my son in the future, right? What if that's my family member or a cousin and you guys are all together and you got your expensive News Nation stuff on and you're posing because you know who you are. And you probably know because they're bright people. The media, they're bright, right? They're spin masters. They're trying to spin us. And you're all sitting there with Jerry Holman and you're like, hey, and it's like, come on. I mean, so, yep, exactly. Okay, I'll keep going because you don't want to hear me just vent. But look out, CrimeCon. And I got the money. I'll get out of jail. So whatever. I'll complain. You'll arrest me, and I'll be the loudest person. I'll be all over the news, and I'll tag everybody in every news channel possible. 12:56 p.m. Screen on, screen off. Next, 12:57. Betsy turns around halfway down the 501 trail and walks back toward the trail, split for loop number 2. Yep, they're definitely preaching to crooks. I mean, I would never keep my face there. I mean, you read this trial, and there's just no way a sensible person could think 100% Richard Allen's locked up for 130 years. I'm sorry. Like, I'm no expert. I watch an interrogation. My father's a psychologist. Everyone watched the interrogation with Holman, and we're like, all right, you're railroading somebody, right? I mean, come on. I mean, it's not like it's even a 50-50. It's not even a Hail Mary ball like in football. You're not even throwing a Hail Mary there where you're like, oh, it could be, it couldn't be. If you can't see that guy's not telling the truth, then I don't know what other interrogation video I've ever seen in my life that shows somebody that isn't telling the truth, because that's as clear as day. That is literally, it's not just my opinion. You look at the Delphi, you look at all the videos of Bridge Guy and look at everything. Everyone's like, you railroaded Richard Allen. Every single news channel that you've put on YouTube, every single Des Moines, Iowa, you have Indianapolis, you have Fort Wayne, every comment, if you look at, it's the same, literally same verbiage of everyone. It's not Richard Allen. You guys are crazy. Like, if there's smoke, there's probably a fire. All right, I'll stop. I'm way too passionate about this. Thank you. Thank you for becoming a member. I don't even know. Yeah, I'm definitely coming for you. Yeah, you won't stop me. There's no way in hell you'll stop me, because we'll go. You'll detain me, put me in jail. I don't have a felony. I don't have a misdemeanor, and I got a freaking damn good lawyer, right? So, 12:58. They'll probably use this against me. This is the best thing you can use against me is tonight. 12:58. Anna Talibi. It's okay by me, but I'm working at the dock from 4 till maybe 7:30 or 8. I can come pick her up after that. 12:58, screen off, screen on, phone unlocked. Okay, so we're going to go down to approximately 1 p.m. Shelby Hicks arrives in Delphi to eat lunch with her friends. Veronica recalled Shelby saying she was with a group of friends from Lafayette and that they were all out to eat in Delphi after Shelby dropped off her vehicle before heading to the trail. Excuse me. Veronica was surprised to hear Daniel Pearson's name later, as she didn't know him and didn't recall anyone memorizing, or I'm sorry, I can't see because somebody's mentioning him being with Shelby on the trail in the early days. Did Shelby Hicks meet friends for lunch in Delphi? And then did Daniel Pearson's at the trail? Teresa Liebert said that around 1 to 1:30 p.m., her and Dave went for a drive, and she saw a black car backed into the old welfare building. Was this follow-up interview before or after RA was arrested? Did she see the older vehicle alongside of the road that Brad Heath and Betsy saw? Approximately 1:15, called ADV. She was traveling southbound on the Heartland around 1 p.m. She had went under the bridge, and there were 4 kids, possibly all girls, running the left SP lane. They were all in sweatshirts. They ran into Main Street exit turn, and one sat in the middle of the road. The others pulled her up off the ground, and they started walking southbound. CP advanced. One looked like to be wearing a big coat, redacted. Approximately 1:01 p.m., Betsy reaches the trail split and takes a left toward Freedom Bridge for a loop. 1:06 p.m. UPS driver Tenton is seen on HHS video making a delivery. Tenton saw a dark SUV or crossover vehicle at the trailhead, but can't remember the color, make, or model. Approximately 1:08 p.m., Betsy turns around at Freedom Bridge and walks back toward the trail split for loop number 2. Approximately 1:15 p.m., after completing her second loop, Betsy reaches the trail split and walks to her vehicle to drive to the library and use the restroom. Susan Hendricks, thank you. That's who I'm talking about. She, yeah, I mean, nice lady, is a news lady, but come on. Read the case. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize you probably shouldn't be sitting there with Jerry Holman at CrimeCon. That's the last guy I'd be sitting next to. Okay? 1:15. She's a nice lady, but I mean, that's what I want to talk to her about this year at CrimeCon. Betsy Blair's vehicle is seen on HHS driving westbound away from Mears lot. They're all having steak dinners and ribeyes while someone's living 130 years in jail in a little cell, literally with a little mat and no pillow, and he's being destroyed in life. 1:15, Holly O'Neill to Libby. Your coupons are the Delphi Dairy Queen, red. Approximately 1:15, Libby messages Bree Weber on Snapchat, ever seeing Bree's photos at the trail, to ask Bree if they're still out there. 1:18, Libby to Holly O'Neill. Okay, I will come sometime in the next COU. Sorry, there's a lot of people commenting. I can't read that. In the next counting days, I think. I'm not sure where I can make it, but I'll try soon. 1:18, screen off. Approximately 1:20 p.m., Betsy arrives at the Delphi Public Library to use the restroom. Yeah, 1 second. I'm sorry, people. Okay, next one. 1:20 p.m. It's freezing in this hotel. Derek German leaves to go take pictures of 18 houses in Frankfurt for Becky Patty. I had to take original photos of comps for an appraisal, and there were 18 houses I had to take pictures of in Frankfurt. 1:25, screen off, screen on. 1:25 with 8 seconds, plugged in and charging. 1:26 p.m., Rayleigh Voorhees takes a selfie with her sister, Isabella, on a bench east of the Freedom Bridge to send to their mom, Mary. Bree Weber takes a photo at the bench. Bree responds to Libby's message saying they left the high bridge about 10 minutes earlier. 1:26 with 45 seconds. Holly O'Neill to Libby. Would it be easier for you if Abby just brought them to school and gave them to you there? 126 and 48 seconds, screen on. 127, Libby to Holly O'Neill. Kelsey said she works tonight so she can bring them. Off. Okay. 127, a dark colored vehicle is seen on HHS video in the opposite direction of the trail, which obviously the times all can be off. 127, Holly to Libby. Okay, great. Approximately 130, according to the earliest statements made by friends and her family members, Shelby Hicks and Daniel Pearson. Daniel arrived at the trail around 1:30 p.m. on February 13th. Did Daniel get there first and end up waiting for Shelby? Get done eating with her friends? Approximately 1:30 p.m. while heading back toward FB, Anna Spath, Bree Wilbur, Rayleigh, and Isabella Voorhees crossed paths with an unknown male walking towards the Mountain High Bridge. On February 15, 2017, Rayleigh gave a statement to Mullins saying the unknown male was in his 20s or 30s with a bigger build, Caucasian, brown eyes, square jaw, wrinkly face, wearing black jeans, a black hoodie, a hat, black boots, and a black mask. She said his hair was dirty blonde and his curly hair was visible outside of a hoodie and hat. Rayleigh told law enforcement that she had said hi and waved to the man, but he just glared at her. She recalled telling her sisters that someone was in a grumpy mood. Oh, yeah, that really seems like Richard Allen. She went on to describe him as not very tall with a bigger build. She said that he was not bigger than 5'10". Really said he was wearing a black hoodie, black jeans, black boots, something to cover his face and his hands in his pockets. In 2017, Bree spoke to the police later that evening because she had been on the Mountain High Bridge that day. She gave a statement about the police that she had seen on the trail and informed them that this person was walking kind of with a purpose, had something that seemed to have been maybe covering his mouth, but his head was also kind of tucked down. I wasn't able to see much hair. I don't know if his hood was up or down, or he had a hat on. He had a blue or black jacket with blue pants. Exactly. Definitely Richard Allen and blonde curly hair. She stood as high as his upper forearm because at the time, that's what I guessed at. I was going off of just kind of general height of my family and height wise, but it was a quick pass by. But generally speaking, the man was a taller guy. In 2020, in 2020, Bree described him as being in his early 30s and said he is wearing a windbreaker jacket with a hood over his head. Anspan described the male as an older man walking on the trails as they were leaving, as she described him as kind of creepy. In a text from Anna to Kyla Brummett from 2017, Anna described the man as wearing like blue jeans, like a really light blue jacket. His hair was gray, maybe a little brown. He did not really show his face. Investigator Steve Mullen and Brent Ingram interviewed Anna. And she described the male as wearing a blue jacket and light blue jeans. The jacket was canvas duck type jacket. Approximately 1:30 p.m., Anna Williams finished her shift at Milner's Nursing Home in Rossville. Either during a break or on her way home, Abby called Anna Williams to ask if she could stay at Libby's until dinner. On that particular day, and that was the morning shift, I think I talked to her on a break. She said if she could stay the rest of the afternoon and said, well, that's not a problem, except I have to be at the bartending job just through dinner, which should be about 8 o'clock. So either I pick you up before or wait until after. And conversations were back, and Becky said it was fine that she stay until dinner, and then said, okay, well, I'll just come pick her up as soon as possible then. Approximately 1:30 p.m., as the girls got ready to leave, Becky suggested to Libby that she bring along a jacket. 1:31, movement, started walking. 1:35 p.m., Rayleigh, Anna, Isabel, and Bree cross Old SR 25 and continue walking home about 10 minutes earlier than Betsy Blair drives underneath on her return trip to the trail. Approximately 1:35 p.m., Brad Heath arrives at the Anderson small building to spray the inside and outside. His first scan at 1:30 or 1:43 p.m. Screen on, unplugged, not charging, screen off. Okay, we'll just blow through this 137 to 138, basically screen on, screen off, phone unlocked. Approximately 1:35 p.m. to 1:38 p.m., Libby calls Derek to ask him to pick her and Abby up from the trails later. About halfway to Frankfurt, she called me and asked if I would pick them up. Y end date, Z start date, VZ. 1:38 p.m. audio output route start time. 1:38:49 outgoing call to Daddy O starts. Okay, 1:38 p.m. on the way to the Monon High Bridge, the girls listen to music and take something. Sorry, your comments are in the way. Kelsey receives a phone call from her boyfriend on the way. After she loaned the girls the sweatshirts to wear, Kelsey estimates the girls hopped out of the car at the Monon High Trail at 1:38 or 1:39 p.m. Make sure you like the channel, please. Approximately 1:39 p.m., about 20 minutes after arriving, Betsy Blair leaves the Delphi Public Library and returns to the trail to finish her work. Sorry, guys. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, 1:39. Oh my God, I stopped talking and more people joined. So that's actually, maybe I just sit there and quiet like this. I'm kidding. 1:39. Libby led her grandmother and sister to believe that she had lined up a ride home with her father, Derek, saying that he agreed to pick them up between 3 o'clock and 3:30. It appears that Libby actually did not phone Derek until the girls had already arrived at the trail. But as Libby knew he agreed to meet the girls and drive them home at the end of the hike. Libby makes or receives a phone call from Derek. Libby's phone extraction shows audio output route start time. Yep, we're definitely going to go over the Delphi, the sleepover. So please don't go anywhere. We're going over that. 1:39, plugged in and charging. 1:39 with 24 seconds, screen on. Phone call with Daddy O ends. Phone app not in the foreground. Okay, message app in the foreground, blah, blah, blah. 1:40. This still image depicted an up-close view of Liberty wearing a tie-dyed shirt with a silk screen print of surfers on the front. Abby was in the background over Liberty's right shoulder wearing a burgundy shirt and gray hooded jacket. The photo appeared to have been taken inside an automobile. Abby wore a seatbelt and does not appear to realize Liberty had photographed her. Oh, where'd it go? Wait a minute. Did I skip a page? Okay. Liberty German posted a Snapchat. There's the photo. These sweet little girls. Here's the file. We can, they're taking pictures more of the cars. 1:46, Betsy's vehicle is seen on HHS video driving eastbound on her return to the trail. Law enforcement says Betsy saw 4 girls crossing old SR 25 when she drove under it, but the 4 girls would have crossed SR 25 and been long gone by 1:35 p.m. Betsy parks at Mears lot and walks towards Monon High for loop number 3. Okay. Kelsey was still on the phone with him when Libby and Abby got out of the car. Kelsey watched the girls until they reached the trail split and head toward the Monon High Bridge. Kelsey German's vehicle is captured on HHS video driving westbound away from the Mears lot on her way to Chase Wilbur's house. During one interview with law enforcement, Kelsey said she saw a red truck and a white, scruffy male with a dog. And they have Brian Moss with a question mark. During a podcast, Kelsey said, I knew that there had been kids in and out that day, but I didn't see anyone at the entrance when I dropped them off. Derek arrives in Frankfurt to take pictures of an 18-hour for Becky screen on. Okay, phone unlocked, 151 movement, stop walking. Okay, we're going to kind of skip through that. Sometime that afternoon, Bryden was familiar to both Abby and Libby. He had plans to meet Abby and Libby that day, but he canceled on Abby to play basketball with his friend Josh. They had been communicating over text message, according to Bryden. Approximately 1:56 p.m., Betsy sees an unknown male on the Monon High Bridge. She described him as his 20s or 30s with brown poofy hair, beautiful in his appearance, average height, not short, and no facial hair. That's crazy. So, is that Logan? Like, this is where it kind of gets crazy. She described him as if he was looking for somebody because he was looking away. And then when he saw her approach, he turned and looked at her. They momentarily made eye contact, and she got the impression that he was waiting for somebody or looking for somebody who was on their way. Yeah, and I found out that Kathy Shank, and excuse me, but from Ron Logan's ex, was a skank. Betsy looked through yearbooks and had never seen his 20-year-old before. She said the sketch Taylor Bryan drew was a 10 out of 10. Abby and Libby reached the Monon High Bridge. Bridge guy is presumably still on platform number 1. Screen on, screen off, moment stopped. Approximately 2 p.m., Kelsey German, Chase, and Bree Weber went downtown to eat lunch. Where? For how long? After she dropped off Abby and Libby off the trail. Approximately 2 p.m., David Erskine leaves work at the fire station and heads home. There's Brad Weber. Brad Weber clocks out from work. Just a heads up too, right now our Discord is on lockdown because we have people that like to we have people harassing people on Discord. So, for the true crime community, if you're harassing females, you're just as bad as the people that we are talking about. So we have that on lockdown right now. Nobody can join. Sorry about that. Okay, so because I'm new to it, I don't even know how to block people. It's impossible. It's the weirdest thing. So we just kind of close down the Discord for a moment because we have people that like to harass people and be immature. And, we're all adults here. So if we're going to harass females or if we're going to harass males, there's no room for that on my Discord. So until further evaluation, we have paused anybody joining Discord until we can figure out how to block off the trolls or just crazy people that want to harass people for no reason. Betsy reaches the trail split and continues toward the Freedom Bridge. Liberty German posted to Snapchat, Brad Heath sees the same older model vehicle that he saw parked on the side of the road halfway between the CPS building and entrance to the Freedom Bridge at 8:45 that morning. He arrives at the Anderson Small Pack building to spray the inside and outside. His first scan was at 1:43 p.m. Last scan was at 2:06 p.m. He said he had no recollection of the cars being in the CPS lot. He said he saw different angles of the car and that he saw it parked in the same place at 8:45 a.m. and it was still parked around 2:06 p.m. Okay, let's go to the next slide. And again, I hope I'm not being a jerk. I don't know what's going on in Discord, so I had to just lock it down. So I'm not trying to be like mean or like waspy. I just, gonna harass people on there and stalk them and text them when they don't want to hear from you. It's like, well, I got to figure out how to do this thing. So I just do that in the greater good for people to enjoy the experience and not be bothered by people. So, light colored sedan is seen on a neighbor's surveillance cam entering the Weber's private drive. Light colored sedan is seen on a neighbor's surveillance cam on Weber's private drive. Next slide. Approximately 2:08 p.m., according to the PCA, Terry Wilson sees a purple vehicle parked at the CPS building at 2:08 p.m. According to Tina Garrison's report, law enforcement reviewed Terry Wilson's tip narrative that said he was on his way to Delphi on the Hoosier Heartland Highway at approximately 2:10 p.m. and he observed what he described as a purple PT Cruiser. Oh, there we go. Or a small SUV vehicle parked on the south side of the old CPS building. According to Terry Wilson's tip narrative, he said that it was backed in as a conceal the license plate of the vehicle. According to Tina Garrison's report, during their reviews, both Betsy Blair and Terry Wilson drew a diagram and had the vehicle they saw parked in the same general area and manners. Yeah, discard is nasty. We don't know how to. I don't know the first thing on how to block anybody, and the person's mad at me. I'm like, dude, you're just harassing people. I have nothing against you, but if you're gonna harass people on my channel, you're blocked. And they found it funny, and it's who has time for that during the day? It's all right, we'll just shut down the Discord until we can figure out, until I can figure out what the heck I'm doing on it. Because I look at it and I'm slow. I'm no, how to use this. 209. I called a call placed using Ron Logan. Here we go. Cell phone produced cell tower data in and around his property at 2:09 p.m. But everyone will be like, oh, there's one cell tower and he can't be there because he's in his house and there's one Delphi tower. There's no 911 satellites in the year 2017, even though there's been Special Forces, SEAL Team 6, Delta Force, and everybody else in Afghanistan with no cell tower. And you can pull 911 and call in AC-10 Warhogs to hit your targets. But someone wants to fight with me about that too. Okay, well, yeah, okay. You say it's all AI created, the bridge photo, but then you say that there's just one cell tower. Well, what is it? Because there's other technology out there, people. Although his exact location cannot be confirmed, the tower data shows that Ron's cell phone was in the Delphi area on the Monon High Trail. Good old Ron, who has to show everybody, who has to show every news broadcaster and walk them down the hill and show them the area, just like when he was suspected when those two ladies were out interviewing him, and he goes, oh, the girl's down the hill. And listen, when you're over-explaining stuff, when you are trying to defend yourself subconsciously, you're going to keep going out there, right? If I murdered somebody, it's just, and again, I'm not that type of person, but I'd go out there and say, okay, yeah, I'll show you down here. I can't believe they did that and can't believe they did this. And you're going out there with every single journalist. If you were not guilty, you'd be like that one guy they interviewed, which was one of the neighbors, was like, I'm not scared, but, I don't want someone else to die. And that was the end of the end. He wasn't walking out there with you every single time, doing the whole dog and pony show. That is deflection 101. That is guilt having to come with each journalist walking down the area, showing them the lay of your land. Would you really go through that multiple times with multiple reporters? If you were innocent, you might do that one or two times. You're not going to keep doing that. You're going to say, hey, go get bent. I didn't do it. Do whatever. Like Richard Allen, right? When he's in interrogation, laughing, whatever. That unspent bullet's not mine. Oh, yeah, right. You'd be more like that. You wouldn't be going, oh, please, I didn't do it. And Ron walking out. So obvious. Exactly. Although his exact location cannot be confirmed, the tower data that Ron's cell phone was in the Delphi area, in the area of the Monon High Bridge. So we have the false confession, which your cousin said you never lied to him ever in your life. You lied to him now prior to a crime being discovered. And then you don't talk about the transit station dump, right? So you're just talking about the time block of time where you've murdered the girls and you're covering it. And that's the first time in your life you've lied and told your cousin to lie for you. Okay. Where there's smoke, there's fire, right? It's the same thing. It's not rocket science. This is not too difficult. The difficult part might be the Keegan Kline, Anthony Schatz, Logan. Did they meet someone else there? Was there other CSAM? Okay, I get that part. The Ron Logan part, Okay, one, it's not Richard Allen. So that is the first part. I know, like we can just knock that out of the park. Like just get that in the next field. That has nothing to do with anything. Let's go back into all these other people. Now it becomes goofy. It becomes weird. It becomes where I got to learn from the viewers that watch this channel 100%. But Richard Allen, no, just like get Richard Allen out of jail, let him live his life. The guy's sitting in CVS Pharmacy out of the 20,000 tips. No one thought it was him. I mean, come on. I mean, it's just silly. Okay. So 2:10 p.m., David Riley produced a receipt from the UPS store, timestamp 2:10 p.m. He advised that he stopped at the credit union next to the thing. Yeah, exactly. Yep, the cell phone tower, right? Betsy, 2:10. Betsy turns around at Freedom Bridge and walks back toward the trail split for loop 3. 2:13 screen on. 2:13 camera app initially requested reduced or low accuracy data from the cell phone towers. 2:13 camera app requested location services to calculate more accurate location data. Okay. Exactly. Ron Logan getting ahead of it. Exactly. That is 101. Going out there, getting ahead of it, deflecting, deception. Getting ahead of it is like the number one thing. And that was an unbelievable thing you're saying. See today. I think it's Monday, see today, but getting ahead of it. That's literally sales 101. Hey, I need to get ahead of this. How do we spin this? How do we change the narrative? Well, you got to get ahead of it. You can't let somebody sit on it and think about it and build their own narrative. You want to get ahead of something. You want to bullshit them into believing what fits what you want the narrative to be, right? So like if someone's mad at me, if someone's aggravated at me, if I'm hiding from them, so if you take this in a business context, in a scenario, if they're aggravated, you want to get ahead of it. Hey, let's do account review. Let's meet. Let's talk. Let me get ahead of it. You're hiding back. Subconsciously, you're really guilty. Okay? You're coming forward. No. A not guilty person wouldn't need to get ahead of it. And I'm glad you put it there. They would not need to get ahead of it. They'd be frustrated that you keep coming to my property because it's a horrible incident. And yeah, I want to show you and I want to document where these girls are for you because I feel that attachment, you're on my property. But the need to keep coming out to get ahead of it. Oh shit, another person's coming. Oh shit, come on. Come on down. Swing it out with me. Let's do the 15-round boxing match. Let's get you swinging all your swings so you can sweat it out so I can literally get you on your way and control the narrative. That's called getting ahead of it. And that was a great breakdown. Kelsey got ahead of things when she only came out and she spoke with AS account law enforcement. Exactly. Yep. Okay. So 12:17 or 2:17 p.m. Betsy reaches the trail split after loop number 3, then walks to her vehicle. Oh, again, let's do a live after tonight. We can FaceTime on Discord tonight. That'd be kind of fun after this. We can have like a roundtable discussion after, like an after hours or whatever. 2:18 p.m. Betsy is seen on HHS video driving from Mirror's Lot. And again, I want to bring this up. You guys are going to love me when I'm at CrimeCon. I guarantee I'm going to give you some of the best reality television that you will ever see. I will be that asshole there. Believe me. Holman's going to be eating me like a donut if he's there, or at least trying to. I will be like Turbo Man in what's that? Jingle All the Way, if you guys remember that. Betsy saw an older model vehicle parked near the CPS building. I can't wait to go live in CrimeCon. Like, that's all I'm thinking about. Like, I don't care about anything besides ruining everybody's time at CrimeCon. All the people that want to take selfies with Holman. And then you got Ted showing up. Fucking Ted is showing up. Excuse my language. You got crazy Ted showing up. And I'm the kind of person you can't get rid of me because I understand law and I understand what limits I can push. And I can talk myself out, right? I can get ahead of things too. I'm pretty good at getting ahead of things. Oh, wait, Brianne, if someone could send her the link. All right, I'm going to turn it on and then we'll turn it off. We got one creeper that keeps trying to get on and like, I don't know what I'm doing on Discord, but we can, here, wait. Sorry, just 1 second. I'm going to keep going through. Let me open up Discord, and then Reby, if you can share that with them. Just give me 1 second, everyone, because Brian wants to come on here. How do we do this? Privacy, data, connection. Sorry. And I even pay like $10 a month. I don't even know why I paid $10 a month for. I don't even know what it does. But I tried to I'm like, oh yeah, you might want to have like a paid thing, like thinking it like mattered, but I don't even know what it does. But I mean, I'm going to keep it because maybe it won't be a Discord if you don't do it. I don't even know. Manage Nitro. Manage Nitro. Holy cow. Nitro gifting. Sorry, I'm going to be real quick here. I just have to open up Discord to everybody and we can send it. How do I do this? Rebecca Ann. Oh, there she is. She's laughing. Oh, I love Rebecca. My God, I cannot figure this thing out for the life of me. Hold on. I know. I'm trying. I don't know what I did earlier. I really was. Oh, here we go. How do we get, okay, we got one blocked account. I'm not going to say who you are, but you had to be weird to the girls on the chat. So then we had to kick you off. Filter from non-friends. People can add you by email. I think, there we go. Wait, I'm sorry. Okay, can anybody join? Can somebody try to join really quick and see if it works? Wait. Uh-oh, who's this? Direct message from friends. Block. Direct message from others. Uh-oh. What? Holy cow. I don't know. All right, I'm trying. Someone tried to, server. Here we go. Everyone, blocked accounts. We got that one. We know who we're talking about, right? I won't even say one of my favorite person's name, but she's been with me since day one. This is like the most difficult thing I've ever seen. Stickers. Who cares about stickers here? Okay, it works. Okay, it worked for everybody. Okay, good. I'm sorry. I'm looking at it like it's literally it's in a different language. All right, screen on, screen off, movement. Started walking and running. Approximately 2:25 p.m., Fred Coggle is seen on HHS video driving eastbound to the cemetery. At approximately 2:25 p.m., Fred Coggle was driving a newer model, gray or silver. Real quick, Criminal Network. We are getting the JonBenet Ramsey, the girl that lived right next door. She's going to be on. She just is busy. She helps my company out. So we're going to get her on, and I want you to pick her brain. All right, so back onto it. 2:28 p.m. According to the PCA, Wesley McWhiter sees a dark-colored car parked at the CPS building at 2:28 p.m. Oh, good. Thank you. I'm glad it works for everybody. Please come on in. According to Tina Garrison's report, Wesley told ISP Tim Kendall in an interview that he remembered seeing a smaller, dark-colored car in the old CPS building. Okay. Wesley described the car as possibly being a smart car. Tina Garrison's report states that Terry worked at Hoosier Hardware store and was seen leaving work at 2:28 p.m., heading towards the CPS building. Approximately 2:30 p.m., while heading from the east, from the direction of Ron Logan's house, David Riley passed the cemetery and saw a four-door charcoal gray vehicle pull out of the cemetery and head east. He said it was the newer model, but couldn't ID the make and model. Law enforcement confirmed it was Fred Coggle. Okay, 1 second. Sorry, this is... He walked his dog to the Freedom Bridge and passed a couple along the way. Tina Garrison's report states that David Riley observed a white Chevy Impala. Oh my God, that's like that one song. Chevy Impala, Impala, 20-inch blade on the Impala. in a tan Honda Accord. Tina Garrison's report states David McCain's car was tan, but his car was black or blue. Approximately 2:30 p.m., Fred Coghill is seen on HHS video driving westbound from the cemetery. Approximately 2:30 p.m. All right, Shelby Hicks testified that she received a phone call from her dad and that she has marked her time of arrival. Veronica recalled Shelby telling her that the call from her dad was to tell her that the car was ready and that prompted her to heading toward, but Shelby wasn't seen arriving at 2:48 p.m. Okay, so 2:31 movement, screen on, screen off, 2:32 and 39 seconds. Cecil's 2019 report reflected that the phone likely died. Derek leaves Frankfurt after taking pictures of 18 houses. Becky to go picking up Libby and Abby at the Monon High Bridge. Brad Weber's van is seen on surveillance at the bridge. Hey, what's up, Pinto Stock? Approximately 2:44 p.m., Dave McCain is seen on the HHS video. At 2:44 p.m., arriving at Mears lot, he testified that he didn't remember any cars when he parked at Mears lot, but Tina Garrison's report states that he saw a Honda Ridgeline in a white station wagon parked when he arrived. Little Troy, exactly, Little Troy. Yep, Jenny, you got it right, Little Troy. Throwback. We know we're the same age when we're doing Little Troy stuff. Had that CD as a kid. How was Derek's vehicle parked at 2:44 p.m. if he didn't arrive until 3:14 p.m.? I don't know how much this matters to everyone, but I'm going to read it because we want to break it down. So I'm sorry if some people are getting bored here. Dave testifies at the parking lot. He most likely walked to Monon High Bridge to take pictures, but he stopped to take pictures of an oak he loves near niches first. Brad Holder clocks. Oh, Brad Holder clocks out of Liberty Landfill. There's our boy. Approximately 2:45 p.m., David Riley turns around at Freedom Bridge and walks his dog back to the Mears lot. There's a lot of stuff going on here. There's a lot of stuff. It's a nice February day. There's a lot of stuff going on. Look at this. 2:48 p.m., Shelby is seen on HHS vehicle video. I wish I knew the abbreviation. Sorry. Driving eastbound at 2:48 p.m. Shelby Hicks testified that she parked around 2:30 p.m. Then a phone call from her dad helped her mark the time. Did Shelby and Daniel arrive together or separately? Just whatever all your thoughts are on this, it's not Richard Allen. So, let's get to the freaking meat and potatoes of this. This drives me absolutely crazy. Chrissy JCR. Wait, Etta, do you think this case, parentheses along with others, has some Freemasons? Yeah, I mean, all I know is it's not Richard Allen. Again, there's so many different twists and turns. That's where we're going to really fit a good timeline down, and I want to get it together with a lot of the members, and I want to hear feedback because it really is the sleepover, who they're talking to, the context of different Keegan Kline and different voices, or I'm sorry, different texts being different people. You had Logan Holder dating Abby. I'm trying to think of the girl saw someone that was a 10 out of 10. So a girl that sees someone that's extremely good looking, right? So if you're seeing someone that you're super attracted to, that's going to stick out more than just anybody, right? So if I'm passing somebody that I'm attracted to, I'm going to remember, or at least remember, whether or not it's a male or female. Again, I'm straight, so it's going to be a female, but if you're not straight or straight, it doesn't matter. You're going to be attracted to that person. If you think they're a 10 out of 10, that person's going to have a major impact on you. You're going to remember that person. Especially if you're in the teens, right? You have a lot of hormones going on. You have a whole different thing, right? You get a little bit older in life. That's not your agenda. But when you're a teenager, you're in your 20s, 30s, you're really dialed in. And again, I don't want to speak on everybody, but I'm just saying, if you think someone's a 10 out of 10 and you're saying that, you're going to remember that person, or you're going to be like, hey, it was a very pretty girl or handsome guy. That sticks out to you. And that's where I'm my mind is blown, because I'm okay, if I'm thinking of a handsome dude, right? So you have the Anthony Schatz account, right? He's this male model guy. Well, you look at all the other people. Keegan Kline, even when he was thinner, and I'm not gay and there's nothing wrong with being gay, right? But I'm just saying, like, I don't think Keegan Kline, any point of his life, was a 10 out of 10. Okay. You look at him, you don't see someone ugly as he loses weight, right? So if you're really heavy, right, maybe you might be less attractive than obviously when you lose weight, right? Like back, if we're a couple hundred years ago, you had larger people that were more were more the thing people were more attracted to, right? If you go into like the Roman period, heavier set females, and again, I don't want to target females or males, but those were like a delicacy to males. And then as progression goes through, right, thinner, more in shape people are usually what you're more attracted to. You look at Keegan Kline when he loses weight, I could see like in some of his photos, he's not like the ugliest person that's ever existed. When he had a lot of weight on him, maybe he didn't, he wasn't catching people's eyes. But when he lost, and I hate saying this about a pedophile and a child molester, I mean, I hate these people, but I'm saying when he lost a lot of weight or in some of his earlier photos, okay, like, if you had to rate somebody, okay, what is he, a 5 out of 10, a 4 out of 10, a 6 out of, he's not a 10 out of 10. He's not going to stop someone in their tracks. His father is not George Clooney, right? He's not stopping someone in his tracks. So I see Logan Holder, and he's got high cheekbones. Again, for a 20-year-old, he's a good looking guy, right? Next to his dad, Brad, the picture where they're wearing their weird, crazy cult stuff. His dad looks crazy. Logan has got like kind of a model looking face. I'm not pointing at my face. I'm just saying like Logan looks like the one photo, at least Jenny sent me, Logan looked more of a model like photo right next to his dad. Maybe if his dad lost 100 pounds, when people gain weight, their face changes. I'm thinking like, okay, if it's a 10 out of 10, that is your best description. Because if someone's walking by me that I'm attracted to and I'm saying they're super attractive, that's going to be the best indication that, sex sells, right? Someone that looks good, you're going to remember. And I'm not saying that's like a bad thing. You're married, you're with, your kids, you're female or male. You're just, if someone looks good, you're probably going to remember that they look good. You're not going to know what they look like, but when you're saying, hey, the person looks like a 10 out of 10, and then you're, going after someone that, might be a 5 out of 10 or 6 out of 10, a 10 out of 10 means you have characteristics of, in today's terms, higher cheekbones, whether or not your eyes, your face. And again, I'm not going off on a tangent here. She said he was beautiful. Exactly. Yep. Chubby people used to indicate wealth because they could eat. In modern days, exactly. It just means you're poor, die of poverty. Exactly. Oh, I thought 10 out of 10 was just how she described the sketch artist on sketch. Oh, okay. Yeah. Then. Yeah. Guys, I'm sorry. Yep, exactly. Heavier people meant you're wealthy. Exactly. So I was just trying to like compare different time periods. And again, yep. Okay. All right. But not 10 out of 10, just a detail. Yeah. If it was just a detail, I'm wrong. Sorry, the way I was reading the timeline when someone's like, hey, he's beautiful, or maybe I read it wrong. I just, when you're talking about Richard Allen, he didn't do it. But when you're trying to, I think Ron Logan is part of it, right? But when you're putting other people and you're doing the coincidence of the same time you're talking to the girl and you're a child molester, it becomes pretty coincidental. Wow, whether or not it's him, it's not him. Again, I'm not a detective. I don't have all the factual information. It just was a weird thing to say. Exactly. Ooh, making chili. I love chili. Okay, I better go because I'm going to see. She said that about a man, right? So you're saying someone's beautiful, they got to be at least stick out to you, right? I mean, that's all I'm trying to say. If you're saying a woman's beautiful, a man's beautiful, well, they're probably going to be pretty damn good looking, right? I don't know. So wait, hold on. I have to get back to the person that wants to join the chat. They think I'm insane because I haven't. Okay, sorry about this, everybody. Okay, I'm going to start reading. Okay. Tina Garrison's report said that Shelby described the vehicle as a light color, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's go to the next one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't describe Rick. And again, I'm not knocking him. You know, when you saw his younger photos as a child, you know, he was a cute kid, right? He was a smiley, he had a smile face, his military photo. But like, yeah, you get older, you know, gravity pulls down your skin. You get older and, you know, you get thinner skin and things happen and your metabolism slows down and it's tougher to stay in shape. I mean, you know, we all have our issues, right? So I'm not knocking him, but yeah, he's not exactly a 10 out of 10. I wouldn't put him next to, you know, people's most sexiest guy. I would not call Richard Allen a 10 out of 10 when he was in his mid 40s. Sorry. Okay, I'm going way off here, guys. Sorry. Hey, snacky dude. Yeah, exactly. He's just, you know, it's tough. You get older, you like to be the snacky dude. Oh, don't talk about macaroni and cheese. I love elbow macaroni. All right, I better keep reading. All right, Shelby testified that we walked toward the trail, split, went to the right at the trail split, and walked halfway toward Freedom Bridge, probably 10 to 15 minutes down. Daniel told law enforcement that he saw a white Subaru wagon in a dark car. All right, Tina Garrison's report states that Daniel recalled seeing an older gentleman. Oh, interesting. Just past the trail. Tina Garrison report states that law enforcement identified the man. Daniel described as Dave McCain. Tina Garrison report states that Daniel said that the man had a camera and may have been able to take a picture of Shelby. Yeah, chili does sound delicious. Holy cow, guys, stop, please. God, I would love to have a good chili. 2:50 p.m. Brad Weber, phone pings at home. I almost want to like end the chat and Uber Eats chili. I'm kidding. 2:53, Shelby Hicks gets another phone call while she's on the trail. Who is the call from? Where on the trail is she when she receives the call? Tina Garrison report states that Daniel said he saw another man that did not stand out to him, had a black dog at approximately 2:41 p.m. Deb, you got chili ready for tomorrow? You might have to have Uncle Ted over. Everybody's making chili? I put beans in my chili. Most Texans doesn't. And beans. Oh, Texas chili. Holy cow, it's probably the best. Guys, please let's stop talking about chili. I don't even want to read this. I'm starving. Yeah, I'm hungry too. Approximately 2:50 p.m. to 3 p.m., David Riley passed a couple at some point during his walk back to Mears lot. I'm starving. Yeah, I really should just do a cooking channel. I love food so much. David described the male as 5'10", 180 pounds, dark hair, facial hair, and wearing a white T-shirt. David described the female as the same height, wearing a red shirt and blue coat. David recalled that he was leaving while he saw a white Chevy Impala. I got to stop doing that. With paper plates parallel parked along the road and a 4-door Honda Accord on the right side. This is just like, this has no use for me. Like, I just don't even care about this. Like, it's like, okay, we saw this car, we saw that car. Like, let's get to the meat and potatoes. David's Honda Ridgeline is seen on HH's video. Approximately 3 p.m. Here we go. Kelsey German, Chase, and Bree Weber finished lunch downtown, headed back to Chase's house. Approximately 3 p.m., David McCain testified that he walked to the Monon High Bridge and took pictures for approximately 30 minutes. 3 p.m., Michelle Wise. When I went there at 3, there was a white car parked along the road. Okay, rounding a white car with paper plates on it and a dark color car parking. Drive to the gate. Man, this is a lot of different things. And again, it's a lot of details, but it's a lot of things that just, you know, it's just people living life. It's stuff doing in a public trail, right? It's just approximately 3 to 3:05. Shelby and Daniel started walking toward the Monon High Bridge and the Freedom Trail. Yeah, I know. It seems like exactly for Bayish, it seems like just everybody's on this trail. But those are public trails, right? So if you ever jog on a trail, like before I had kind of bad knees, I'd jog. There's a lot of people on trails. I mean, it's annoying. There's people, their dogs, everybody's walking. You got to say hi. You run past everybody. Every single person is like either trying to catch up to you behind you while you're running because I don't run fast, or then you got to wave to every single person. After a while, it's like, all right, come on. I just want my privacy. I want to actually have a TikTok, and there was a runner, okay, because female runners, and again, I'm not just isolating just females in general, but female runners and walkers have to deal with some really creep jobs. And you know, in the media, women that are running on paths, I mean, just be careful because there are whack jobs. And she agreed with my Ron Logan video on how he may have walked from where he lived and turned around because of Abby's facial expressions. Now, again, a lot of people on YouTube disagreed with me, which is fine, but I found it really interesting. A very avid runner and walker, a lady who keeps herself, who runs a lot, mentioned, oh, that's pretty common. You're running by someone, getting away from someone, you feel like they're coming back at you. And I thought, I just felt good because I'm like, God, I feel like my theory was so crazy. I was getting criticized so bad. But then when I have female runners and walkers commenting on TikTok, I felt like, okay, well, I might be making a little bit of sense because these people are experiencing very strange behavior from men, boys on trails that are checking out females, whether they're checking them out or they have weird intentions that maybe these runners are getting away from. You know, there have been huge cases with women trying to just exercise and idiots attacking them. You know, Molly Tibbetts back in 2016, I think, or it might have been 2017. I don't think it was like before Delphi, I feel like, because I was in Des Moines and, you know, she got attacked. And then you had Rachel Morin got attacked running in a public park. And you had that other runner, and I think she was in Philadelphia. She was running at 5 o'clock in the morning on the side of the road. And you had some bastard take her, literally like pull up next to her. And it really makes you think, you know, it's terrible what you have to go through. Grilled cheese. Oh my God, are we talking about grilled cheese sandwiches? Please stop. And tomatoes? Okay, I'm going to keep reading. 3:02 p.m. Please don't talk about grilled cheese and tomatoes. You know, I think we're going to just do a food recipe. I'm kidding. Okay, so 3:02 p.m. Unknown phone number 2 comes with 60 to 100 yards of the crime scene. Cheyenne, I think that's what you said, and Shelby Duncan arrived at Mears lot. Cheyenne told investigators the lot was already full when they arrived, so she had parked along the side of 300 North, just like Shelby Hicks at a parked. Hold on. 306 8-6 ADV 3 hours ago. Photo was posted on Snapchat of the Monon High Bridge. Truth verdict knows his or her stuff. Kelsey got ready at home, went to lunch, helped clean her boyfriend's truck, got cleaned up again at her boyfriend's house on a short time. Yeah. You know, again, gourmet grilled cheese show. All right, I better keep reading. I'm trying to do like intermittent fasting, like low carb. So I would do anything for a grilled cheese sandwich. 3:14 p.m. Text message from DG. 3:11 p.m. Derek calls Libby to tell her he's almost there. As he crossed Wilson's Bridge, he noticed a cream-colored SUV parked at Wilson's Bridge that 2 people got into. You know, it is crazy that Gray Hughes investigates. Like, this is from a couple years ago. He was so matter of fact about Richard Allen, and you have so many different cars on this timeline that I just want to disregard all of this. Like, this is like nothing to do with anything. And I know it might have some matter, but he was so on Richard Allen's ass that it's ridiculous when you look at this information. 3:14 p.m. Derek parks at Mears lot and calls Libby to tell her he's there. When she doesn't answer, Derek sends her a text. Derek said other cars were parked at the time. I mean, how do you accuse Richard Allen reading this? It's crazy. I normally do, but I had the best. I can't even read it. Are we still talking about tomato soup to dip? Okay, holy cow. We're talking about tomato soup and grilled cheese. That is as good as it gets. Shelby Hicks said there were on the trail, they saw an older gentleman, 2 girls from school, Cheyenne and Shelby Duncan. Francie Fran, we had like a 30,000-foot view before you hopped on, and I took like snippets of all the different Reddit accounts and what people thought during the sleepover. So if you do watch the recap in the beginning of my episode, we have a lot of stuff on the beginning during the sleepover. So now we're kind of in the middle of all this, but there was some pretty good key takeaways. Shelby Hicks said while they were on the trail, they saw an older gentleman, two girls from school, and a few others. Shelby Hicks saw an older man with a camera taking pictures of the bridge when her and Daniel approached the Monon High Bridge. Daniel described the man as he saw over 55 years old with a peppered hair and a beard, a solid black painter or golfer's hat, blue jeans, a tan and cream lumberjack style shirt with black and gray mixed in. Daniel said the man appeared to have taken a photo of him and Shelby. When showed a photo of Dave McCain by Doug Rice, Daniel said that was the man he saw. God, there's so many wackos here. Approximately 3:15 to 3:20, Shelby Duncan told law enforcement that Shelby Hicks and Daniel were the first platform when they reached the Monon High Bridge. Cheyenne recalled passing a man that was overweight, and Shelby and I both said hi to him and he did not respond. We just kept walking. It was a short interaction, nothing special about it, but he didn't respond back to us. Dave McCain said he only saw the couple, Shelby Hicks and Daniel Pearson, but law enforcement determined he was the man Cheyenne and Shelby Hicks passed. Cheyenne testified that after law enforcement released the photo of Bridge Guy, she believed that was the man she passed. How did law enforcement determine Cheyenne saw Dave McCain? Holy cow, there's a lot of stuff. I walked to the bridge and I happened to look down and see at the first platform where you can sit and like hang off the bridge. It was my high school friend Shelby Hicks and a friend of hers. At the time, Daniel. They were on the platform and I didn't know she was going to be there that day. But I said, oh, hi, a little quick passing. And Shelby Duncan and I continued to walk across the bridge while they were sitting on the platform prior to 3:15 p.m. Chase and Kelsey go to wash his truck at some point after eating lunch down p.m. Derek runs into Dave McCain near the trail split. According to Derek, he asked Dave if he's seen two girls, but Dave said only saw a couple by the bridge. So Derek decided to go check Mary Gerard Trail while Dave walked to the Freedom Bridge. Dave testified that someone shouted to me, "Have you seen the girls?" When he was leaving. At the trail, Luttrell said McCain told the FBI that the person shouting at him was a large man in a bright orange jacket. According to Tina Garrison's report, Dave McCain walked to Freedom Bridge. According to BBP, Derek said he watched Dave McCain into his black car and leave, but Cheyenne and Shelby Duncan recalled seeing him sitting in his car on his phone. Daniel told law enforcement that he got a phone call on platform number 1. One of my favorite midnight snacks is grilled cheese. Yeah, 1,000%. My God, grilled cheese and tomato soup. Did Daniel mean he didn't get, and everyone, I've read through this. This gets a lot better in a couple more slides, so please bear with me. What does it say? Pickle lover here, going to try tomorrow. Thanks for the suggestion. Gray's first name is actually Lance. Yeah, exactly. Lance Hughes next time. Just ask him how long he was talking with Dr. Wall. He'll shut up. Yeah, it's funny. Gray told Becky that he helped her come up with the timeline. He was so impressed with himself. I don't like him, but I had to watch his videos to see his interviews with the family. Yep, exactly. I don't like him either, but yeah, right. He does have stuff. Lance Hughes. Did Daniel mean he didn't get to platform number 1 until he got the call, or just that he was on platform number 1 when he got the call? Phone call from DG straight to voicemail. Unknown phone number 3 when it comes within 60 to 100 yards. You guys will probably never see it, but there is somebody, I want to say about a year ago, that was messing with Gray Hughes a little bit. I'll leave it at that. And it messed for a couple months. Approximately 3:30 to 4 p.m. Brad Heat's friend, and again, I didn't mess in a rude way. I was paying. But if you follow some of the videos, you will see something that would tie Ted Investigates to either Super Chats or Buy Me a Coffee. And it would probably be kind of funny. Brad Heat's friend who works at the Cobb Mill thinks he saw the same older model car that Brad Heat saw. I had a friend that worked at the inaudible cob mill, thought he saw it on the other side of the bridge, maybe around 3:30 to 4 o'clock. Like he might have been watching or something. I don't know. Oh, okay. So he probably lives in Portland, Oregon. Yeah, I know exactly where he lives. So, anyways, and again, this is just kind of funny. But if we're talking about GHI, because he's so addicted to making money, sometimes money is somebody's own defeat, their own downfall. Well, they couldn't get rid of me, and I'll leave it at that. But they were like, "How do we?" The moderators, and I'm not saying anything weird or obscene or crazy, right? But I was throwing enough money at someone that they couldn't get rid of me, but they weren't happy about it. It was pretty funny. Ted, your coffee is expensive. Oh, you know about oh wait. No. Please don't donate. If you don't have I do not want to beg for money. I'm not that kind of person. Wait 1 second. I have the person trying to back out of coming online with us. Please do not, if you cannot afford it, do not donate anything on my coffee or anything like that. Please. Just like the channel. That's good enough. Yes. Yeah, no. I swear. Wait, Ted, your coffee is expensive. If you're joking because that's what I did to kind of mess with them, that was me. But I don't like ever ask anybody to buy anything for coffee. Just like the channel, and you do enough for B-ish. Thank you. All right, so let's get back into this. Brad Heath's friend, who works at Cobb Mill, thinks he saw the same older model car as Brad Heath saw. I had a friend that worked at the inaudible Cobb Mill that he saw it, and on the other side, so the same model, approximately 3:30 p.m. After Chase Wilbur leaves for work, Kelsey hangs with his grandfather and sister Bree watching a movie until the shift starts. Anna Williams headed to the dock to start her shift. The Gale was also working that day, asked if I could come in early. Either she was running late or she was leaving, and I was like, no reason not to, so maybe I went in at 4. Oh, you're joking. Okay, no problem. Phone call from DG straight to voicemail. Daniel told law enforcement he texted the person who called him at 3:20 p.m. And he had texted back and forth with them until 3:35. He believes that Shelby began walking back to Mears' lot after that. Sorry, it's just my business partner. He's wondering what the hell am I doing on YouTube all the time. Derek calls Tara German. When she doesn't answer, he leaves a voicemail asking if she's heard from the girls. He then decides to walk to the Freedom Bridge to look for the girls. Derek calls Becky to tell her he can't find the girls, that Libby isn't answering the phone. I mean, think of how horrible this is. 3:35 phone call from BP straight to voicemail. 3:35 phone call from Tara German straight to voicemail. Approximately 3:40, Derek told Doug Rice that he ran into Dave McCain for the second time at the Freedom Bridge. But Dave testified that he ran into Derek once while getting into his car, leaving at 3:20. When Derek doesn't see the girls around Freedom Bridge, he walks back to the car to wait. If Dave McCain went to the Freedom Bridge, then he would have head back toward Myers' lot shortly. Yep, exactly. There's toxic people. There is that they care about how to benefit and they care less about the people. When we crossed the bridge, it took a while to get across. The bridge is very dangerous. It's missing spots. I mean, the bridge is freaky, isn't it? I mean, it's crazy. It's missing wood, so it took a while to get across. That's why I think Ron Logan came from the side he obviously walked on. and then turned around. At the end, we got off the bridge because we both had to use the bathroom. So we both shared that moment right there. And at the end of the bridge, but we didn't. We only stepped right off the bridge because there's a barrier you can't go past. It's like it's somebody else's property. I'm assuming on the other side, but we just hopped off right when we went to the bathroom. And we got right back on the bridge and we started walking across. After Cheyenne and Shelby use the bathroom, Cheyenne takes a pic from the south end of the Mona High Bridge. God, so many people are taking pictures of this. Sorry about that, everyone. I'm going to get off this here. Just making sure. Okay. Approximately 3:50 p.m., one Shelby Hicks got to Mayor's Lot. We drove around the Amish community in Camden, and then we drove back to the vehicle. Who drove and what vehicle? What time did they come back to her vehicle? Approximately 3:50 p.m. Cheyenne told law enforcement Shelby Hicks and Daniel were gone by the time Shelby Duncan crossed the Mona High Bridge. Cheyenne and Shelby sat on the platform for 10 to 15 minutes. Derek was huge. He didn't do a lot of walking. Bob also thinks BG came from the south to the bridge and turned around. Yeah, that's funny that Bob Mata thinks that. God, if I could get Bob Mata, I'm going to call him tomorrow and keep bothering him. But I mean, he's a good dude. But it's like, yeah, you left like my members hanging after you committed to it. But again, he is a good person. But I'm just a small time little peasant content creator. But in reality, it's like, well, we agreed. You agreed to the thumbnail. Don't make people think you're going to hop on. There's people that watch my channel. The overweight guy the girl saw through the thing could have been KK. Yeah, for sure. Cheyenne uploads a pic of Shelby Duncan's feet dangling over the platform number 2. Cheyenne uploads a pic of Snapchat, platform number 2. Okay, here we go. There's our boy Ron with his little fanny pack and his hunter's hat and his jacket that he wears at half his interviews. I mean, holy cow. 3:56, Sarah Carball's vehicle is seen on HHS video driving eastbound. At this time, Sarah claims to have not seen a man walking down north at 15:56, a tan coat and muddy jeans. Phone call from DG straight to voicemail. I definitely think Ron Logan came from his house. And if you look at Abby's face, I just feel like it's somebody saying, he's turning around. Like she goes like this. And a lot of people criticized and said, hey, it's AI or it's not real. But let's just assume for a second that it's not AI. And it kind of freaked me out because it was kind of like he's sitting there with his limp and he might have said something and turned back around and went. I don't know if he came from that other side. I mean, he could have, right? But like to speed up. And it also took someone that knows the trail system pretty good. And people said, oh, Ron never walked that. But I've talked to his ex-girlfriend, okay? She knows Ron pretty freaking well, and she thought it was Ron. She's mad at me for even being on here. Yep, that absolutely is a fanny pack. Oh, good. I'm glad it made your walk go quicker. Burn some calories. Ted Investigates wants to get everybody going. Sarah Caldwell testifies that around this time, she noticed a stressed out group gathered at the Mears entrance. One girl was bright blonde wearing a hot pink shirt. Oh, who's this now? My day never ends. Okay. Tara leaves Becky's house to go to the trail. Maya Abbott, I think that's how you say it, arrives at the trail to meet her boyfriend. Maya rode a scooter to the trail, and her boyfriend drove a yellow Razor four-wheeler. All right, we're going in style here. Maya didn't see anything odd, just people pacing back and forth and talking on their cell phones. I mean, that's pretty normal. Dave McCain reaches Mayor's lot and gets his vehicle to leave. Yep, exactly. He lived right there. I'm sure he walked it. Exactly. I know people attack me saying, oh, he didn't walk it. I'm like, okay. He lives right there. Yeah, he never walked it. And again, it's like, I argue with people all day. But I'm just like, all right, well, I don't know. If I live somewhere, I'm probably going to walk the thing. Is this the same thing? Am I reading the same thing? Saw a lady and a man on a moped who are in France. I mean, there are so many people here. What? This is like a popular place. I'm going to be there in a couple of weeks. But, and I've been in that area in Lafayette, not in Delphi, but close to it. And it's like, look at Derek sitting in his car. Dave McKinnon ended up coming back and leaving. Two kids pulled up and they were walking to the high bridge. And this was back there. I mean, that high bridge should have been shut down 10 years ago. That thing was so dangerous. I would even crawl on it. I mean, looking at the gaps between those railroad trestles, holy cow, those wooden trestles, that was the scariest thing I've ever seen. And I hate heights. Don't get me wrong. I hate flying. I fly all the time. I hate flying. And walking on that thing, I don't know if you could give me $1,000, I wouldn't walk across it. Oh, she's a surgical nurse. No problem, Reby. You have a good night. Hope everything works out well for you. Um, we love you, so take care. Thank you for everything you do. You're wonderful. Okay, 4:12 p.m. Becky calls Kelsey. When Kelsey doesn't answer, Becky calls her again. When Kelsey calls her back, Becky asks if she's heard from Libby, but Kelsey tells her she hasn't heard from Libby since dropping the girls off earlier. Bree Wilbur was at home with Kelsey. I am so like backwards on what is going on here. When Becky called her to say they couldn't find the girls, 4:12 p.m. phone call number 3 went straight to voicemail. Libby's phone extraction shows a phone call labeled number 3. Burner's report unknown. Yeah, exactly, Jenny. Yep, I know. He had no problem. I mean, that guy at 77 could move and walk up and down the hill. I mean, that guy was a beast mode. Okay, 4:17. Becky said she called Libby, but when she got no response again, she began calling Libby's friends to see who, if anyone, has heard from Abby or Libby. Becky calls Tara to tell her she's heading to the trail to help look for them girls. I mean, this is to be terrifying. As soon as Derek got to the Mona High Bridge, Maya and Evan were sitting on the first platform on the Mona High Bridge, and he asked them if they saw anybody, but they said no. God, I am freezing in this room. This is just like the coldest hotel room I've ever been part of. Sorry. Okay. Oh my God. It's my coat. Okay. When Derek got to Mears lot, Tara German parked the entrance and her son Peyton. Derek said he got into Tara's vehicle and tried to figure out what to do next. Message from Gramps. Where at? Okay, nature might be calling here. So screen on, incoming calls from Sis. Screen off. Cody Perry arrived at home. All right, I'm going to take a quick 30-second bathroom break, if that's okay, and then we'll go right back into this. Oh, it's like frozen now. 1 second. Oh my God. Yeah, Tom Webster is, I mean, that guy is Tom is completely ridiculous, people. Tom is he writes his own narrative, man. He wants to frame an innocent guy, and he's sitting there and going, "Hey, and this is the guy that's done it, and he was there." I'm kidding. I'm not trying to make fun of somebody, but I'm like, dude, I want to talk to you at CrimeCon. I can't wait to see you. Hopefully you're there because I'm going to be a nightmare for everybody. I'm Tom Weber. He's got like that weird like moan in the background. He's like, hey, the people told me he was there. And then he like shows what he wants to show you. In the bridge over here, and it's like a big circle. It's like, all right, Tom, we understand you're really good at video editing. And eventually I'll have my own editors too. But you're framing a guy who's doing 130 years in prison and you're being a clown, okay? It doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize this guy is probably close to not being guilty. Sorry, it just makes me mad to no extent. And I will be at CrimeCon and I'm going to be a real MFer. All right. No, I'm not scared. Yeah, I know. Thanks for the head up. Again, don't worry about Ted at CrimeCon. Ted will bring the heat, and Ted will roll deep, man. Come on, we're Oblockians. You guys know what Oblock is in Chicago? We're Oblockians. Yep, Tom is a mainstream media. Yeah. You don't have to worry about Ted Investigates. Ted Investigates will be his own beast mode. There's people that know Ted Investigates who like know who Ted Investigates really is. And they know I'm going to stir the pot at CrimeCon. And they know, hey, there's one guy that is an agitator. There's a person that will be relentless, knows the law, won't do anything like crazy, but will probably end up like being detained for no reason. And again, I have no misdemeanor, no felony. I've never hurt anybody. I've never touched anybody because, you know, I am a business professional person, or I try to be. And I'm going to be that person that's going to be on your ass on CrimeCon. I'm going to be that person where, hey, I can't get rid of this Ted guy. He just is, you know, and I'm going to pay for a booth too. So I'm going to pay the money to get sponsored. And then I'm going to have my people walk around and be real. I'm going to be on. There's a song, and I won't go into detail. It's called I'm on Your Ass. And it's an Oblockian Chicago song. O'Block. Yeah, exactly. Ted, I'll meet you in Vegas. O'Block. Yeah. See, Jenny knows. King Von, I'm on your ass. Oh, look over here. I'm on your ass. No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I don't mean to swear, but I'm going to be all over CrimeCon. Think of me as the Joker, right? Think of me as the Joker type personality. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, peeing when you laugh. All right, let's read up so Ted can. Okay, so 4:30 p.m. When Becky arrived at the trail, there were already several vehicles parked, so they had to park across the road. All the witnesses who were between 3 and 4:30 p.m. had left. So who else showed up? Becky called AT&T to ask for help locating the girls as soon as she began walking the trail. Instead of arriving for her at 4:30 p.m., Kelsey met with her family at the trail to look for the girls. I kind of feel like jamming out the O-Block songs. Approximately 4:35 p.m. when Derek got back to Mayor's lot, Tara German was parked at the entrance with her son Peyton. Derek said he got into Tara's vehicle and tried to figure out what to do next. We got my jam. Should I play my jam while I read this? Wait here. No, I better not. Okay, so a receipt from the Aquarium World. Oh, Aquarium World. Ron Logan with his little fish, his little love for little fish. You little bastard. A receipt from Aquarium World in Lafayette dated February 13, 2017 with a checkout of 521 was Ron's home on March 6, 2017 was during a probation violation. Ron resides approximately 21 miles from the store. Could have taken 30 minutes to get there from the store to his home. How much time did Ron spend in the store arriving at the checkout? Incoming FaceTime call from best aunt ever. Oh, that's kind of cute. Oh, here we go. Brad Holder checks in at workout anytime. Yeah, that guy needs a lot of working out to do. Logan Sporting posts, woohoo, hitting it hard. All you guys with the freaking Facebook updates, you guys just never stop. Even my high school class, like they literally, and that's how I knew I came from like a pretty poor community, when people are taking pictures that they've made cheeseburgers and hot dogs on a grill, and you're in your, a little bit older, right? I'm an older person. And I'm like, you're not taking pictures like you're in like Bora Bora, or you're like taking pictures of a ribeye steak, or maybe like a seafood tower. You're taking pictures of hot dogs. That's how you know I came from nothing. You have people posting pictures of, well, we got our first beef hot dog, and you're clicking it on your Weber grill, like, holy cow. Like, and I'm not one to judge. Like, I don't care where you came from. But I'm like, man, I really struggled when I was younger, because half the people that I'm friends with, they're taking pictures of making cheeseburgers and hot dogs. Holy shit. Sorry, I'm going off on a tangent here. I'm not knocking anybody. I grew up poor as dirt. We were poor. We fought over any food, man. If there was bread, we'd fight you for it. If there's peanut butter, we'd fight. We're having tomato sandwiches back in the day, right? And I had a hustle, and I'm not the most educated guy, and I had to make every dollar I've ever made. But, man, those people on Facebook, I thought I was poor. We're taking pictures of hot dogs. We're in trouble. And I love a good hot dog. Don't get me wrong. I love Chicago hot dogs. I'm addicted to hot dogs. You're posting it thinking it's like a freaking lobster that you got in Boston, and you're posting it on Facebook. It starts becoming pretty funny. Yes, how to make a cannoli. Yeah, we can walk through that. I love cannolis. So Libby's phone extraction shows a text message sent to her. This is the last SMS message that Libby's phone received. According to Bunner's report, Liberty Jones' phone on October 12, 2017, but not reflected by Cecil's report on 2019 report. Approximately 4:55 p.m., Derek gets to Mears' lot. After Kelsey and Cody cross Mogan High Bridge, they decide to walk down the hill to search the area beyond the south edge of the bridge. Kelsey would later recall seeing a disturbance in the ground. We learned from Libby's video that the disturbance in the ground was there before Abby and Libby crossed the bridge. The phone called MP straight to voicemail. When Mike Patty arrives, he asks Mir if they crossed there for a while looking at the girls. Mike starts calling Libby's phone, and Mr. Mears to join the search. Brad Weber testify. Yeah, blue collar represent for sure. Brad Weber testified that someone knows his door around 5 p.m. and he asked if he's seen the girls. Oh, okay. Thank you, Red Amy. Approximately 5 p.m., Kelsey and Cody didn't see anyone beyond the south end of the bridge, and down the left side of the hill around the private drive. So they began walking in the opposite direction of the Weber home. I don't know why I want to say Weber. Every time I see the word Weber, must be my high school education level, as they knew Abby lived in that direction. Kelsey and Cody reached the gate and the end of the private drive. Kelsey and Cody knocked on the doors of some of the remote homes along the private drive. That's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be doing that live, because I can do live on my phone. Woohoo! But they only managed to speak to one homeowner who had not seen the girls. Yeah, that's another problem. I can go live on my phone. I mean, after 500, I think after 500 subscribers, anyone can go live on their phone. So I'm not bragging. I'm just saying, look out, Delphi. Jerry Holman, what up? Teresa Liebert was off the work all day. She told law enforcement that she napped until 3:34 p.m. when she was woken up by the people looking for the girls. She said her husband was home all day, but probably outside. She was with her husband at approximately 3:30 to 11 p.m. on February 13th. So let me ask everybody a question. When I go to Delphi in 2 weeks and I start to stir the pot, what are you going to do when I'm walking around with a lawyer that represents me? So when I'm going to Ron Logan, when I'm going to the son's house, when I'm being a real problem and agitator, and again, I'm not going to make anybody's life hell. I respect people who are innocent. But when I'm doing my own little investigating, what are you going to do to me when one of my closest friends, a top lawyer in the area? What are you going to do? You going to go after me? You going to knock me out? You going to set me up? I'm going to be a real problem, guarantee it. So Not like a vandal or anything, but just like, hey, I'm going to be somebody that, holy shit, how do we get this guy out of this area that really represents Richard Allen? Holy shit, we can't. He's with a lawyer. Holy shit, we're going to detain him. We're detaining somebody with a fucking lawyer. Holy shit, this is the lawyer that represented the family secrets trial in Chicago, the mafia trial. Just saying, pretty good lawyer, right? All right, so I'll stop. No, I know. I'm sure Holman will set me up. But I mean, I do, not to be a dead horse, but if Ron Logan checked out at 5:21, it took 30 minutes to get there. That means at least 4:41 left. Said he would took a while. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so approximately 5:10 p.m., Teresa Liebert was off work all day. She told law enforcement that she napped. She said her husband was home all day, probably outside, her with her husband. Yeah, swatting. I'm gonna literally live in probably someone's house. I'm gonna SWAT someone's house. Hey, I'm in your house now. What's up? um, and I would love to talk to Kathy Allen, but I do respect people. But I mean, God, if we could somehow raise enough money, even my business, even when I generate, once we run the books because it's tax season coming up, I don't know what she will accept. She won't accept anything. Like there's no GoFundMe. It's very challenging to find something. But if we could help her with any way possible, I will do it. Yeah, look at that. Truth over verdict. Becky said there were so many people when she arrived that she had to park in the ditch. Mike had to park in Mears driveway. Lots of people in there. Okay, Brian, no problem. Yeah, there's so many people here. This kind of, I got ADHD and I'm like, holy cow, this just keeps going, right? Like there's so many people to keep track of. Received TX advising their 13-year-old Liberty German is missing. They dropped her off at the trails by the bridge, 300 North. She, blonde hair, sorry, the text block everyone. They dropped her off in front of Abby. They do not know her last name, but they've been trying to contact her parents as well. Oh, that's the police. Holy cow. You can hear these people from the 10th floor. Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on, that's my business partner. Okay, so Deputy Mitch Cantron got a call that a couple of kids were missing and drove to the parents' drive on 625. He got out on northeast end of the bridge to look around, then made his way to Brad Weber's house. So I'm going to read this a little bit fast. Yeah, no. I totally agree, Keith. Don't worry. I'm just saying that. I'm going to leave people at peace, I think. But definitely Crime Con. Yeah, that would stink. No, you're right. If someone swatted me, that would not be fun. Brad Weber told Cantron he was welcome to look around, but Cantron did not go outside. Kelsey said it sounded like one of her calls to Libby finally went through before the call was dropped, and that's what made them decide it was time to call police. Kelsey and Cody reached the south end of the Monon High Bridge and started headed back towards Mayor's Lot. How did Kelsey, Cody, and Cantron not see each other? A receipt from Aquaria World in Lafayette dated February 13th with a checkout time of 5:21 p.m. was found at Ron Logan's home on March 17th during his probation violation. Incoming FaceTime from the best aunt ever, a voicemail from a 765 area code. Thank you, Red Amy. But again, just liking the show too. We never want to put anybody in like a weird position because we are going to light a fire in Oklahoma. We're going to Oklahoma soon. Approximately 10 minutes after calling to report the girls missing, crosses paths with one officer in Delphi PD. What do you think? Holman just sits at like the old country buffet all day and just eats. Yoder and who at the trailhead. I mean, if I'm him, right? I mean, he's got quite a bit of fame. You think he's like on a Ozempic now? Trizipatide or something, like a semi-glutide? And they discuss the search. The officers begin searching the area. God, he's like such an ugly human being. I just can't stand the guy. I mean, he's got a face only a mother could love too, Holman. Mike Petty calls a law enforcement buddy to ask for help pinging Libby's phone. Buddy tells him to call the sheriff's department to get the ball rolling and then decides to head over to the police department. Oh, no problem. Thanks for being a member again. Like, we're going to be fighting the fight. We're never going away. And it's only going to up the ante when we're in Oklahoma. We are going to be outside of the jail. We are going to be outside of the jail with people that are in the military that have fought for this country, that are in different units in the military that I won't disclose. It will be hard to turn away the people that we will have with us because of the fact of how much dedication they've done to this country with fighting and being part of units that are pretty well respected. So it'll be hard for the people of the jail to keep the people that we want from talking to people because of the fact of their military status and what they've done for the country. So we're only going to up the ante as much as possible. And it's going to be a real problem for people. And it's coming in the next couple months. So this is just the beginning of the storm. And again, there's so many other people talking about the case, but we're going to try to be the loudest people on the case. And we have a lot of resources to fund this privately because we can't stand for this. You just cannot accept this, because if this happens to any of us, we are screwed, right? No DNA. Holy cow. Like if there's his DNA all over the scene, fine, so be it. Like I'm pro law enforcement. I'm with people. I understand you need to get to the bad guy, but something is this obvious. We need to fight as American citizens, right? All right, so I'll keep going. So 5:30, Becky tries to reach Abby's mom, Anna Williams. After Becky's unable to reach Anna, she decides to drive to Anna's house. Erica Gibson screenshots the phone to Libby's Snapchat and story. I have a turkey named Jerry's in India, but I love him. That's great. Yep. RA is in Oklahoma. Yep. And so is like half the people that are related to my family that are in our military. And they're different tier units, which I can't really disclose. Again, they don't tell me anything anyways. But when you're like a tier 1 unit in the military, and you're retired and you've done your 20 years, depending on your status, you have pretty good pull in law enforcement. So Becky tries to reach Abby's mom, Anna Williams, and Becky's unable to reach Anna. She decides to drive to Anna's house. Gary Coleman. Oh, what does that say? Jerry Holman with Gary Coleman. That's great. Gary Coleman. Holy cow, I haven't heard that in years. Becky tries to reach Abby's mom, Anna Williams, and after Becky is unable to reach, Erica Gibson screenshots a photo on Libby's Snapchat. Sorry. Kelsey and Cody reach the north end of the Mona High Bridge and start heading back to Mir's lot. Exactly. If I was in prison and I was that innocent, I mean, come on. I mean, you need people to fight for you. So, my phone's or not my phone. One second, everyone. I got to charge this garbage computer. Oop. It just went silent on me. Hold on. I'll be right there. Okay. So Kathy, oh God, this is where it really gets bad. 5:30 p.m. Kathy Allen arrives at home and Richard Allen is asleep on the couch wearing his same clothes for the day and nothing out of the norm. I mean, think of that. If you're accused, if you really murdered 2 girls, you're asleep on the couch and you're in the same clothes. Wait, Kathy Allen arrives at home and Richard Allen is asleep on the couch wearing his same clothes from the day and nothing is out of the norm about him or his clothes. I mean, doesn't this just drive you crazy? Yes, I think we all should show up on Delphi. Come with Ted Investigates. We'll all go to lunch and then we'll go. Anna Williams was at work. It was still pretty quiet, so it was 4:30 to 5. We had a few tables coming in for dinner hour. I was working at a small restaurant in town, and I had a couple of missed calls. For whatever reason, Becky's name did pop up on my phone, and I tried to call her back. Hey, Daisy asks. Okay, approximately 5:40 p.m., Toby Lazenby gets a text from his detectives at about 2 missing girls who last seen outside of the Delphi near the High Bridge. Delphi Police Chief Steve Mullen completed his shift, went home, and it's when he arrived home he began hearing radio traffic concerning 2 missing girls. Sorry, this is killing me. And it's when I arrived home, I began hearing the radio traffic. The next thing that happened was I received some text message concerning the 2 missing girls from citizens that were in our community, and I became concerned and then contacted dispatch and talked to them about the situation and learned there had been 2 girls had been dropped off at the entrance of Mears Trail or the Monin Trail and had been missing since around 1400 or so that day, and they had not returned when someone to back them up. Yeah, exactly. Great point, Keith. Exactly. You'd have adrenaline. That's your first time doing that, unless you're Ted Bundy, right? Unless you murdered like 40 people and you're doing nasty things with corpses, but you're not just asleep on the couch. I mean, that's so Rick Allen. He's just sleeping. You know, he just went for a walk. He's checking his stock ticker. He's just a dad. He went sleeping on the couch. It's just crazy. Approximately 5:40, Kelsey and Cody reached Mears' lot after coming up empty-handed. In her search for her sister Kelsey, left to head to work. She was already nearly an hour late for her shift. Yes, for sure. Definitely, Keegan. The timeline of walking from the end of the bridge. I'm sorry. The comments are blocking this. Houses near Weber's private gate, knocking them back to the bridge and back to Mears' lot. Kelsey for work is tight and needs clarification. Okay, let's go next slide. Holy cow, it's 10 o'clock at night right there. Where'd the night go? 5:44 p.m. Phone call from BP. Libby's phone pings at Wall Street, 1 block from Patrick Westfall's house in downtown Delphi. Sorry about the tongue tangler here. When a phone call from Kelsey or Becky phone comes through. 5:45 p.m. Spoke to grandfather's legal garden. Negative findings on the east side of the trails. We have a bunch of calls. Incoming phone call from Becky, not answered. Call background, blah, blah, blah. Transcript, voicemail created, screen off, timestamp, current disconnected. Excuse me. All right, so 5:45 p.m., timestamp for current state. Basically just saying timestamp, payload, service. Excuse me. It's different things. Oh, what's this? Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so after looking around the area, just underneath the south end of the Monon High Trail, Cameron communicates with dispatch. I need some more ice in my diet. Communicates with dispatch that he decided to drive up to Weber's home. Phone call straight to voicemail at 5:49. Furthermore, the map shows that 2 phones and the persons carrying the phones were in and around the crime scene between 12:39 p.m. and 5:49 p.m. on February 13th. A receipt from Aquarian World Lafayette dated February 13th, 2019. Checkout time 5:21 p.m. was found in Ron's home. Ron resides 21 miles. Okay, we're kind of replaying that. 5:50 p.m. CP called back and ADVD what the girls were wearing. Liberty was wearing light gray sweats with a tie-dye shirt. Unknown wearing a sweatshirt. Abby was wearing blue jeans and light gray sweatshirt. The burgundy shirt under. Both girls have long blonde hair. While Becky's on the way to Anna's work, Mike calls to ask what the girls were wearing and says they need to go through the sheriff's department. After Becky talked to Mike, Anna, and just give me 1 second. So what does everybody think about the case so far? Does everybody like the timeline, or is this pretty repetitive? Everybody knows what's going on? Hold on, I got Business partner texted me. All right. So Anna Williams calls David Erskine around 5 p.m. to say Abby's missing. He goes to meet her at the sheriff's department before joining the search. He called the fire chief to ask for help. Erskine said he helped search from approximately 5 p.m. until 5 a.m. with his roommates, Sean and Michael. Anna Williams called a friend and asked him to check nearby the city park to see if maybe the girls had walked there to meet someone. Who else besides David and Deanne Erskine? Erica Williams. Yeah, exactly. Why are you? Yeah, exactly. Why are you returning a fish food receipt, you weirdo? She did an interview for a true crime doc. It was stupid. Call to not let her testify. Okay, so Cantron knocks on Weber's front door, made contact with him, told him why he was out there, and asked why he around his property. Oh, wait, we have the disturb guy emailing me. Hold on one second. We have our buddy that thinks it's Mike Patty because he went to Crime Con. I'm going to be at Crime Con too there, buddy. Yeah, oh yeah, this guy, man, that guy is just, I feel bad for that guy. The guy needs to go get a job at like Burger King. Weber said that was fine, so Cantron walked around the buildings. Voicemails. Okay, so approximately 6 p.m., Fire Chief Daryl Steeret said he was at the station house around 6 p.m. that night for a training event, and entirely volunteer department of firefighters, cadets, and officers were there that day because of the training event. He got a text message from his deputy chief and said they had 2 missing girls and they wanted to know if we could help search the area. So he deployed people in trucks to different areas looking for the girls, driving up and down the streets, checking maybe the friend's house, and putting more boots on the ground. This is a lot. Like this is there's nothing that points to Richard Allen here. This is a lot of stuff. And it's just crazy. Delphi fire request you be en route to the station, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's keep going. Holy cow. I just can't believe how many different things. And like to think it's Richard Allen, you're railroading a person. Mike and Becky met Anna at the sheriff's department. I mean, that lady on News Nation, what's her name? I said her wrong name, and I think she follows me on TikTok, and I got like 1 follower. Wait, here. What's her name? I always get her name wrong. That famous like news reporter, that Hendrickson, right? That wants to hang out with Holman, who looks like a pig roast. He looks like a pig eating an apple, and he is on a roaster, Holman. I am Stream Surge 1, Boot Ride. Oh, hey, holy candy. Hey, what's up? All right, so she originally said to Libby, okay, I got to take my tie off. This goes on and on. It's just like random people. She originally said to Libby she was wearing gray sweats, but realized she wasn't because she was cleaning up Libby's room and found the sweats. So she realized Libby had changed clothes at some point. Everyone present at the sheriff's department begins reaching out to friends of the girls. Dennis Bridge, Abby's grandfather, 10 miles away in Florida, received a phone call. The girls had come home. Erica Gibson got a call from Abby's mom, and Erica texted Kelsey on and off at night. Ping sent, hit on Wells Tower. Residents knew where the girls were 3 hours ago. A photo was posted by Snapchat at the High Bridge. Attempted to contact Kelsey German at work at Dairy Queen via from C1 boss ADV that she had left. Kelsey is asked to leave work and meet her family at the department since she was the last person to see the girls. I mean, what are you going to do? Like, how are you going to go after me when I have a booth at CrimeCon and I am like a pro at different trade shows and I'm a big mouth? And what are you going to do when I have my own lawyers? Okay. They're going to do anything. It's going to be a problem. Be a real problem here at CrimeCon next year. And whoever wants to come with me, we have 2 tickets. So we're going to pay for a round trip for 2 other people. And again, you don't have to engage with me. I'm just saying if you want to enjoy it, it's called con for a reason, right? Con job. I'm going to be there, and I'm going to be a major issue and a person that's going to be very loud, and I'm going to be with attorneys. So have fun, everyone. Kelsey calls Carrie Timmons to let her know they can't find Libby. She makes arrangement to pick up Bree Weber. But the guy that keeps messaging me about how it was Mike Patty, his bridge guy, because you want the crime con, and I have to reply, con is in crime con, and you look like Jaws from a James Bond movie. Why don't you come on the show and let's have a dialogue together and talk it out and talk to the viewers? But you're hiding behind, you seem like a good dude, right? I looked at your YouTube page because I'm like, who's telling me to go F myself? So I'm like, well, let me just look at them and see, if they're a nice person. And again, they seem like a pretty nice person, but they're telling me to go F off, and they're wanting to make these blanket claims, these blanket statements, but yet you won't hop on when I invite you on. Like, why don't you get on? Like, the best type of disagreement is like, let's have some dialect together and let's talk through it. Let's not just hate each other because of a different opinions. Let's hash out these opinions and get people to talk about the opinions. But you just want to say the F word and be like a very insecure guy with your dialect. And there's certain people in life that you meet that things just blow through people. And I'm one of them. Like, there's nothing, I don't know if it's part of my frontal lobe. There's nothing in my brain that affects me with swearing or being mad. Like, let's just hash it out. Let's have an adult conversation. But there's something wrong when you're name dropping Crime Con as your proof. You're name dropping Crime Con. Think of how, that's like when you name drop Crime Con on my YouTube channel, that is like someone believing in Santa Claus. I do not like that. That is not like a mic drop moment for you. And if you think that way, you probably have an 80 IQ level. And again, I'm not being rude. I'm not trying to be mean. But when you're doing a mic drop and you're saying Crime Con and you're backing Crime Con as your factual evidence, that's Santa Claus. That's believing in Superman, right? I mean, come on. We all want to believe in Superman, but, it just doesn't happen. There's no Superman, okay? Sorry, I have to stop. Yeah, exactly, Criminal Network, yeah. Yeah, I get attacked by this guy, and he emails me all the time. He goes, Crime Con. I go, dude, man, you want me to get you Star Wars tickets for the next Star Wars movie? Because I know you're like this Disney kind of guru Star Wars guy. You seem like a Anakin Skywalker fan or somebody that, again, this might date me, but remember when, what was it, Phantom of the Menace, or I don't even know what Star Wars, and everybody's going to the theaters going, yeah. That's what I think of Crime Con. Come on, disregard, go away. Okay. Yeah. Well, no, this guy really, he short-circuited because he couldn't rub his brain cells together. So when I was like, why don't you come on live? I'm not exactly the most expert at this case. I'm pretty much a civilian here. Why don't we have a civilian to civilian conversation? And your brain short circuits and you're like, I can't think of the sentences before they come out of my mouth. I can't taste the words before they come out of my mouth because all I know is my little potty mouth, my little swears. Well, being Italian American, I got every swear in the book. I could swear all day. I could be horrible with my language, but that doesn't hurt me. That blows right through me. Why would I care what you think of me? You could call me the ugliest, most dumbest idiot. Nothing affects me. Words do not harm me. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it. I want to get Rick Allen out of jail. That's all I give a shit about. You can make fun of me. You could do whatever you want to me. It does not matter. What matters is there's a person that's in jail for 130 years with no DNA. Okay, we're not talking about the Iran's East Area rapist, Golden State Killer, Jerry D'Angelo. Okay, we're talking about 2026. We have someone in jail with no DNA evidence. What? You have GNL, you have all these websites that are proving people, right? And I'm no expert in anything to do with true crime. I'm just the person that was like, hey, this is an interesting case and I want to free this guy and I'll do whatever I can to stir the pot because I'm an asshole. And I want justice served. So I get these little people that email me, call me. I got a phone, so, and anyways, Yeah, his highlight of the day is trolling. Sorry, I'm going off. All right. Let's go. Next page. Yeah, I know. The guy from Discord. I mean, stop harassing women. Like, what is wrong with you? We're true crime fans, and you're being a person who would be a true crime person. I don't want to say that about you, but quit harassing women. Quit harassing. If you harass men or women, it doesn't matter. You're being the person that we don't like. That the reason why we watch these true crime content is because of people like you. We don't like people like you. You're against the rules of life. Like, you're harassing people. Stop harassing people. I mean, grow up, be an adult. Oh, you're going to harass me. Well, anyways, okay, so 6:49 p.m. Anna Williams posts attention. If anyone has seen Abby or Libby, please contact myself or Sheriff's Department immediately. And please, any of the viewers, please just shut me up if I'm running my mouth too much. Just be like, hey, Ted, just dial it down, shut up. I tend to kind of go off on a tangent and just banter. Getting a little older in life, you just tend to like to hear yourself talk, I think. So anyway, 7:01 p.m. Camden Fire. We need men down at the station for a detail. We need men down at the station immediately for a detail. Stewart said word came in. Didn't Erskine call him earlier? Did Shane Evans send a new one? He was called to Carroll County Sheriff's Office to set up a joint incident command center. They tried to figure out, sorry, I can't see the text. I can't see the comment because people are texting, and send people to search for them. Holy cow, Michael's on. Welcome, Michael. You're like the famous person in the chat with Criminal Network. Hope you're enjoying your vacation. Okay, so he told the jury that the sheriff's office was directing the search through dispatch and that Mullen and Lazenby were in charge of the search. Why do I feel like Lazenby? Again, I'd have to look who he is, but isn't Lazenby the person that was going after P. Diddy with the other victims? Wasn't he the attorney, or am I losing my mind? Sorry, I'm probably losing my mind. By 7 p.m., while the families were being interviewed about the events of the day and the timeline of Libby and Abby's activities, much of the town had heard about the missing girls and turned out to help. I mean, just think of that. You're just going on a sleepover, right? You're curious. And like when I was younger, we didn't have the online stuff. Okay. I think we may have just got like AOL or like chatting. Like, I don't even know. I feel like my mother was like on online chatting or chat online or AOL chatting online. And like, think of being just a precious younger girl. You're on a sleepover. You're so excited as a kid, right? Like to have a sleepover with your friend is awesome. Like, I remember going to Frank's house and I was the happiest person. I was like, holy cow, I hit the jackpot. I get to have a sleepover. And just the joy you have as a little kid. And you have pedophiles. You have people that are targeting you. And just going through that as a child, like to really put yourself in their shoes is horrible. And it's just terrible. Like when I was 14, 13, like I was just so excited to be at my buddy Frank's house and have a sleepover, and maybe we're playing video games or maybe we're hanging out and staying up late, and then there's predators online, being a female, that are trying to get you and trap you and kill you, and you're girls trying to live your life, having fun. It just puts the wrong taste in my mouth. Yep, AOL dial-up. Yeah, chat rooms. Yeah, Keith, yeah. That's funny. Truth and weird text from Louis' phone about mothers. Other night being an only child. Sleepovers were freaking out. Dude, I was an only child. Keith, me too. Sleepovers were the greatest thing in the world. And to like to take that away from somebody is just, it just drives me nuts. It's just the worst thing in the world. Got Michael Osprey's in the house for sure, but I know he's on vacation, so just let him kind of be. Okay, next one. Slide 81. 7:16 p.m. on that day, ADV came across a few fire units, and they are going to check the trails, all the pings. Approximately 7:30, Dave McCain said he was at the HHI community meeting in this Canal Center that evening, and some emergency people said they were investigating missing kids. McCain said he became concerned about the girls and called the sheriff's office to say he was on the trail that day. Elvis Field phone shows activity for the first time since 10:30. That Elvis Field did nut job. 7:30, at some point then, I went into the sheriff's department and went to dispatch and tried to assist in whatever way I could in order to locate the girls. I had several phone numbers for officials at school in my phone, so it was very easy to contact the school officials. I'm going to read this a little bit fast just because I know people might be kind of getting tired of this. See if I could locate some friends or acquaintances of the girls so that we could perhaps find out where they had gone. One of the things I did next was begin making calls to try to find someone who might know where they were at. And I spoke to different people who were out there searching for the girls and trying to find out that they may have gone to. At that point, it was Sheriff Lazenby who was leading the charge of trying to find the girls. And so I simply talked to him and assisted in whatever way I could, being chief of police, and tried to assist in the logistics they might need. Incoming FaceTime from Ann Sandusky. Ooh, Sandusky, that is a bad last name to have. So Purdue with drones, Casey going through radio to find time with the drone, blah, blah, blah. There was a pic of Libby at her funeral, her phone. Oh, that's a good question. There was a pic. Some of the kids felt that since day one. Voicemail from area code 765 Cridge Bridge. 7:44 p.m. Fire Command calls units back to the station. And again, if you guys follow apps like police radios, you always have like the fire, right? The fire explains what's going on. Pat Brown's wife tells him Becky Patty's granddaughter is missing. Pat contacted Mike Patty and said he would help. Pat called his friend Tom Mears, who said he would meet Pat at the trail. Let's see, incoming FaceTime from best aunt ever. I love that. That is so cool. That is such a cool name. It's so sad. An analysis of Ron Logan. What? Ron Logan? Wait, the guy that had a false alibi before a crime is discovered? No, not that guy. That guy's innocent. That guy is squeaky clean. And anybody that thinks and Ted Investigate's an idiot for thinking that guy had anything to do with it. The guy's only on his property. He had a false alibi. I mean, my God. I mean, my own mother barely knows about the case. Okay, wait. So the guy gave a false alibi before a crime has been discovered. Okay, where there's smoke, there's fire. I don't know if this is your first rodeo in life or if you're just that dense, but people that have butchered me about Ron Logan, I just sit there and I don't even know how to respond. I don't even want to respond. I just let it go through. I'm like, God, I hope you're okay in life. Like, I really hope you have a job and people like actually think you're a functioning adult, because if you're that dense, in my opinion, again, this is my opinion, I might be that dense, but if you're thinking Ron Logan has nothing to do with anything, God bless you. That's all I got to say. And again, I'm not a detective. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not anything, right? I'm just a small business owner, but God bless you, because holy cow, that's scary news. Okay. If you can't put two and two together, false alibi, first time ever lying to the cousin, doesn't lie about the transit station, crime hasn't been discovered, you're calling the cousin for a false alibi. Doesn't take a rocket science here, folks. I mean, again, the rocket science is about who else is involved with Ron. Okay, that's where it kind of gets where it's like coincidental, Keegan Klein, right? Maybe not. Okay, but like child molester, talking to her the same day, sleepover, and we were reading the back and forth between the detectives. Okay, again, I'm not a detective. I wasn't there. But like, I definitely would have my freaking guns pointed, not like at you, meaning I'm trying to shoot you, but like the arrows are pointed at you. The coincidence of you talking to the girls the same day, the day before, about meeting up on the bridge, guns pointing, arrows are pointed at you right now, my friend. Ron Logan, arrows pointed at you, false alibi. Nicole Robertson, special agent, FBI, arrows pointed at you. Richard Allen. What? Richard Allen, nothing's pointed at you. It doesn't even make any sense. No DNA, nothing. Unspent round from guns that everyone has. Like, anyways, I'll keep going. Approximately 8 p.m., Shane Evans gets back to Delphi and goes to the jail, talk to dispatch. Yeah, exactly. So, in Criminal Network, when they're talking about seeing a guy who they think is beautiful, right? Wasn't Logan Holder? Like, so if you think of all the different people, right? If we break down Keegan Kline and you drop the weight from Keegan Kline, you're not looking at him as a beautiful male. Maybe you look at him, right? And I'm straight, I'm not gay, but like if I look at him, right? Or if the female audience can answer that, what is he? Maybe a 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10. And again, it's hard to like say a child molester is someone that's attractive, but like I've seen him in photos. You know, you're not saying he looks like Scottie Pippen, right? Or Jay-Z. He's not that ugly. But you're not also calling him a beautiful male. And then Jenny, you sent me the photo of Brad Holder and his son Logan. Logan's got high cheekbones. You can see how a girl might think someone's more like, you know, is attractive, very good looking, right? Anyways, this is all speculation. Again, I think it's Ron Logan. I think I can't wrap my head around how they got there. I think maybe they got catfish, maybe they didn't. I know Ron Logan is a dirtball of a human being. I know one thing, it's not Richard Allen. I would die today. You could literally behead me right now after I watched the interrogation video, because I watched thousands of interrogation videos in the last 5 years, and like none have been like Ron Logan. My dad's a psychologist. He even read it, and he didn't know about Ron Logan. He goes, this guy is being railroaded. So anyone that's ever seen it doesn't think it's Richard Allen. I'm sorry, Richard Allen. I'm saying Ron Logan. Richard Allen. Like nobody I know thinks it's Richard Allen. From a master's degree psychologist who had his own private practice for 30 years to just me, a crime aficionado, okay, to my buddies, to people that I know that have committed crimes. They're like, that is not a person who's guilty, right? Okay, let's start the party up here. Approximately 8 p.m., Pat stopped by Logan to see if Ron had seen the girls. Pat didn't know Ron, but just informed him that there are 2 kids missing. Ron told him, okay, when Pat said the girls are missing. Pat then drove down and parked in the cemetery. So does anybody know if Brad Holder, and this is the question to the audience, did Brad Holder live at Ron Logan's house during this? Because I've read that about 5 different times. I don't know how true it is. Yeah, I mean that crazy guy that messaged me every day thinks it's Mike Patty and like hates Mike Patty and hates me and Mike Patty. And I'm like, all right, dude, I'll see you at Crime Con. So, but does anybody know what I'm let's see. I forgot about them saying a phone at a funeral. That ain't right. That's tainted evidence, but so what? One sketch looks like Cody, another one looks like Mike. Who is Ted? Who is Ted? Come on, be nice to me. A lot of trolls in space. That's okay. I don't mind. I'm not the like nicest person, so you can come after me. What does it say? My God knows I'm just a sleuth, but a damn good one. Fig, whatever. Okay. All right. So let's go back to this. I'm probably gonna be like squatted or whatever it is. See, that's why I won't even give like my PayPal, because everybody's gonna like dox you or whatever. I don't even know what doxing means. I'm like, I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Like, mano y mano, dude. Like, what's your deal? Like, you're gonna dox me on the internet? I don't do shit. What do you mean doxing? I don't even understand what that means. Pat Brown, in swatting, what do you swat me? Okay. It's the weirdest stuff. About the time he arrived at Mears' entrance, Tom Mears called and picked up Patty so they could drive around. Okay, pings set the same location. Okay, this is all about AT&T and all the pings, even though everyone says, oh, there's one tower. It can't possibly. It can't possibly tell that Ron Logan is outside of his house at 10 o'clock at night. Oh, it can't tell that because I'm an expert of experts in cell phone towers at Delphi because I've read a couple Reddit pages. I mean, come on. I mean, false alibi before a crime has been discovered. Case closed. It's not Richard Allen. Okay? Special agent of the FBI. You know how hard it is to get in the fucking FBI? Excuse my language. But in 2017, you know how difficult it is? And that Nicole Robertson was in there for 10 years. FBI doesn't make mistakes, right? FBI was with the CIA, okay? And I know for 100% of fact, the FBI is a special activity division like the CIA, hence Abbottabad, okay? Pakistan, where they found Osama bin Laden. Okay, these are intelligent people that work together that can communicate. These aren't just idiots. Okay, there's no agenda involved in the FBI, especially during that time. Like maybe different now or in 2026, there could be, obviously we're a pretty divided country right now, but back then, FBI says who it is. Week one, hey, I'm a very skilled individual who's been there for 10 years. This is what I think happened. When somebody BSs about an alibi before a crime has been discovered, when somebody has to walk every single news journalist down a hill, okay, to get ahead of it every single time, okay? Why would you do that? Think of that. Why would you do that? You're an idiot. Why would you? I would not come outside 100 times to show people where these two girls got murdered 1,400 feet away. I would do it maybe once or twice, and I'd say, hey, go pound it. Like, I'm tired. I didn't do anything. I'm scared, and I want the cops to solve it. Like, I'm not going to sit there and give you every testimony possible. I'd be like, talk to my lawyer. I didn't do shit. I didn't kill those girls. I missed those girls. I hope they're okay. Did nothing to do with that, right? You know, and they don't talk about, you don't talk about the satellites, the 911 satellites that are floating above that when you have zero reception, they'll ping. FBI can pull that data, right? Tier 1 units, CAG, Combat Applications Group, known as Delta Force, okay? I have family members in Tier 1 units that literally can be at the mountaintops in Afghanistan and target with zero cell phone service, no cell phone towers anywhere in Europe, no cell phone towers anywhere across the globe, and can pinpoint a target. They definitely can pull data from different satellites, from 911 satellites that are floating above us in our stratosphere. And that's like literally what the military does. Now, ISP, Indiana State Police, does not have access to that. FBI, they're going to have to put in requests, right? But do you think, what keeps us safe from another 9/11 attack? What do you think it is? It's cell phone stuff. It's burner stuff. It's not just the towers around us. It's satellites is what keeps us safe. Okay? So again, I'm not trying to recreate the wheel, but I'm just saying there's more than just cell phone towers out there. Okay? Like thinking it's just a cell phone tower. And again, I don't know what they did in Delphi, but I definitely know you can pinpoint a cell phone tower or a satellite within 20 feet of a radius, because that's what, Delta Force does. And it's not rocket science. It's not something new. It's in the stratosphere. There's a million billion pieces of junk that are floating around the earth, okay? And it's as we spin, right? There's a ton of different garbage satellites and stuff we've discarded over time. These satellites are so pinpoint that they're literally dodging the garbage, okay? There's thousands. When we're leaving the hemisphere, when we're taking off in a space shuttle, there's millions of junk in the space, and that's their biggest challenge. They're like, we don't want to hit this stuff. We have satellites that are constantly moving and dodging all different space junk, and it's heavily documented online. Sorry, I'm going too crazy. All right, so yeah, for sure, the Tepe case. Yeah, the Tepe case. I'm really interested in the Tepe case, but I know Delphi. All right, so police asked Anna and Abby about the devices. Abby had only a Kindle Fire tablet. Police asked the families to bring the girls a device. Did Kelsey go to Mike to collect Libby's devices? This is so sad. So at 9 p.m., Elo McDonald is dating one of Abby's aunts. This is so much data. My brain is fried. Amy Amy Thomas, who is also related to one of the officers, they went to the trail around 9 p.m. Again, thank you, Michael. I mean, I feel famous. We have like a famous like lawyer on the watching. Criminal Network Fire Chief Sterrett I gave to Baldwin and his depot at Goodinville, but 3 weeks later in court, he forgot just about everything he said. That's crazy. Sterrett said he entered the trails at off of 625 West, about six men with 2 trucks, and drove past the vehicle. Does this keep going? I mean, this never ends. Was the unverified command at 7:10 p.m. now, or did he return to the fire station? He said there were houses on the left, and he parked on Leibert's yard. He said one vehicle drove to the bridge case, then they needed lights, but him and 4 others walked. He said searches were separated by varying amounts of distance. He ordered a general search on the north and south side of the creek, but said there were started on the west side and stayed more southwest of the bridge. Sterrett told the jury that he needed to search to be boots on the ground. He said he thought the girls were scared and cold. If this was an organized grid type search, Cass County, they sent officers to residents of Logan, Holder, and the school, and did not make contact with anyone. They made calls to TX of both parents. They have in their systems, Brand Holder received a text from the Delphi Police Department asking him to call back. Holder called the officer back in a short conversation that he never had met the girls. Yeah, then they lose like 70 hours of stuff. Darren Giancola saw reports about the missing girls and went to the sheriff's office. He ended up assisting with the efforts to look at electronics that belonged to one of the girls, but it was locked. He clarified it was an iPad that was locked. Him and Liggett were able to see numbers on the lock screen so they could call those numbers and ended up being Libby's family members. Bunner testified that the family did view and verify phone logs and text to Libby via her iPad. Law enforcement was trying to get a record communication, trying to get a record of communication contacts, looking for hints about where the girls had gone. After Giancola was unsuccessful electronics, he was asked to help during the physical search. Giancola said he didn't arrive at the trail for another 2 hours. What was he doing for 2 hours? Anna had collected Abby's Kindle Fire, but she didn't know the password. Police did not find any messages pertaining to some of the beating with somebody. Many searchers persisted until about 10 p.m. when several of the girls' family members and friends decided to go and try to get some rest and reconvene the next day. It's so terrible. There's Mike Patty. After completing their interviews at the sheriff's office, Mike, Becky, and Anna returned to the trail to join the search and drove around looking for the girls. Cody Patty drove Derek German back to his car at the trail. Derek and Cody ended up driving around town looking through town, like down by the canal and over by the bridge behind Pizza Hut. Derek walked back down to the high bridge and searched the woods off to the left of the Mountain High Bridge with a flashlight he kept in his vehicle. Derek was searching by himself at this point. Derek said he wove his way through the woods and searched all around in a ravine beyond the cemetery, and he was able to see about 10 feet in front of him. Mike Patty had a cousin that worked for a local TV station. He came down to make a segment for the news at night. This is the segment where Mike states that Libby's phone is pinged around town that afternoon, but when stopped about 4 to 5 hours ago and text messages with phone unread. This is where Becky said the girls have went. The phone was turned on, was staging up, and it was very foggy that morning. Yep. Okay, we're at 10:08. Voicemail from 765 Chris Bridge, 10:16. Analysis of Ron Logan. Here's our boy. Cell phone data revealed a text message received by his phone. Ron doesn't know where the hell he's at. Ron has no clue which way's up. He's just like, oh, shit, text message, and he's right trying to move the girls' bodies. Ron, as the initial exam of the analysis indicates, Ron's phone was likely outside of his residence. Ron, what the hell are you doing outside in the proximity of where Libby and Abby's bodies were found? Ron doesn't know which way is up. He is so out of it, probably the worst technology guy. Oh, shit. What is this? Oh, shit. Ding. There's Ron. He's outside. Hey, it's not an exact match. What's this jackass doing outside of his house at 10 o'clock, 10:16 at night on a cold February? It was warm during the day, but I guarantee it was a colder February. What are you doing out there, Ron? Huh? What are you doing out there, Mr. Fake Alibi guy? Yeah, exactly. Hopefully post-conviction, yeah. Ron, come on, Ron. I mean, how many things do we need to point at you here? I mean, okay, at 10:20 p.m., and the best is Ron getting interviewed by those two ladies who put the phone in their pocket, and he's even saying down the hill. He's even saying the lingo of what he said. Ron, come on, man. Where there's smoke, there's fire. We weren't born yesterday. I mean, you're literally saying it's like OJ with that book when he said, if I did it, this is how I would do it, right? He had that book and he was going to release it. That's Ron Logan. He's talking to the girls. Yeah, I was in jail. This is his voice. I was in jail for a year and they were coming after me and I don't know what I did and they didn't do it, but they went down the hill. Ron. Slow down, man. You're trying to get ahead of everything. You're so forward in how you're talking. I deal with people on a day-to-day basis, and guilty people over-explain shit, okay? I mean, that's just what it is. And I'm not anything in law enforcement or detective or lawyer, but I know guilty people. I've been in sales my whole life, right? So when I'm trying to sell you on something, I'm either over explaining something to you. I'm telling you how this product is going to benefit you, but I'm pitching you in a way where I'm kind of trying to keep going at you, right? Or I'm trying to get ahead of something. I'm trying to deceive you. I'm trying to, oh shit, the News Nation's here. I better get down here. Oh, he's walking quick. He's got that limp. He's fast with the animals that scared Barbara McDonald. And I'm going to talk to you and I'm going to get ahead of you. Okay, the next person. Oh shit, I better get out there. And then he talks to the next person. Hey, yeah, I'm walking over here, going here. Ron, why are you helping out so much, dude? You're 77. Chill out. You didn't kill these girls, right? You didn't remove the plumbing. There's nothing you do it once or twice. Okay, hey, this is where the crime scene is. I'm scared, like the neighbor who was scared. Hey, I'm not scared, but I'm worried about the girls and I hope it doesn't happen again. We don't know. That was the end of him. And he was right by Ron. He's not walking out, showing everything like you're you're on Monopoly, showing Park Place and Boardwalk and going, oh, I got the hotels here and this. And Ronnie, you're doing a sales job, my friend. You are really doing a sales job on this shit because you're overselling this right now, my friend. Even his son said, hey, he doesn't keep his mouth shut, right? Didn't his son say that? Ron just keeps blabbing. Okay, let's keep going. While law enforcement initially thought the battery had depleted at this time, they turned out to be false. Libby's phone extraction shows the wired headphones were unplugged from Libby's port at the time, and we don't know if it's water. We don't know if Ron's just slow, and he doesn't know what the hell a cell phone is, so he's messing with it. I mean, I could see Ron totally dropping the ball on when they're videotaping him. He doesn't know where he's at. He's a violent alcoholic, probably meth. Like his ex-girlfriend said, he beats women, beats the hell out of them, trying to kill them. He's nuts, okay? He's in great shape. He's a big guy. He can move Libby German. Okay, he can move someone a little bit larger. And again, I'm not trying to classify whether or not, but it's big enough. He's moving down that hill really well. He's taking a picture with his little corgi. Hey, I'm Ron Logan. Okay. We saw Connie Dillman. We saw how scared she was and how freaked out she was. And again, I'm not trying to frame a dead person. I'm following a freaking affidavit from the FBI that says, well, when you're given a false alibi before the crime has been identified, you're likely involved. That's all I'm going with. Let's just go with that. That's all I need. That's all I need to hear. That's all I need to hear. Just like the CIA with bin Laden. There's a pacer outside in 15-foot walls in Pakistan, and he's pacing, okay? And he's got a bunch of other people doing shit, and he doesn't do jack shit, and he's just pacing. Now, that was enough to get SEAL Team 6, DevGru, right? The development group of the Naval Special Forces Development Group to come get your ass, right? That was probably enough. Okay, they probably had other people with the big, I don't know if you know, but they have the big circular signs of CIA where they can like literally point at a building and they can hear from a while, from far away or whatever. But there's a pacer. There's a guy with 15-foot tall building, and he doesn't leave. And we're going to do like a fake test of, whatever they did like a doctor test on some of the kids. Okay, where's the pacer at? Where's this guy that looks like he's 6'9" just walking around? Well, Ron Logan. Okay, he's on the bridge. His cell phone pinged. Yeah, there's not many towers, right? Okay, but the phone pinged where we think he's outside of his property. He's giving a false alibi. His cousin said he never lied before. He didn't give a false alibi for the transit station. He beat the living hell out of his ex-girlfriend. Now, again, the ex-girlfriend, everyone can have animosity against somebody. So I'm not going to use that. But you have the cell phone pinging. Then you have the photos, which I think are removing the plumbing. And again, it could be wrong. I'm not in law enforcement. I found those online. I saw them on a content creator's channel. I can't 100% say, but you start putting circles around suspects and you keep putting more rings. Okay, what are the odds of this? All right, let's go by the odds. Okay, what are the odds? Okay, all of a sudden, we have Barbara McDonald now. We have a jailhouse confession. Okay, well, he's a convicted felon. Yeah, of course, you don't want to believe a convicted felon, right? Felon, wait a minute, he's talking about how he killed the person, what method he used. Was that before they let everyone know? Who's this Haas guy that talked about it? Now he's talking about, you want to go see the horses or the animals. No, Barbara McDonald was there. He's talking about the horses, the animals. All of a sudden, you have so many rings around somebody where there's smoke, there's fire, right? Okay, so anyways, I'll keep going because I'm probably boring everybody. There is a confession by a very plausible suspect no one has ever heard about. Wow, that is very interesting. That is awesome info. All right, so the news segment of the girls on it. Look at these little sweethearts. Look at these adorable little sweet girls that got their life taken away. I mean, that's what it's really about. It's ugh. And I can't believe I was in Lafayette. And again, I didn't go to college. Okay, I was in Lafayette, and I was going to I don't know what I was doing. I was in a Courtyard Marriott or something for my job, and I was walked in a Walmart, and I'm like, Purdue Boilermaker, and our finance guy went to Purdue, and my best friend's girlfriend went to Purdue, and I'm like, holy shit, I'm in Purdue, because I was going to Cincy to meet with a plastic surgeon, whatever, like long story short, and I'm like, holy cow, I'm by Delphi, and that's when it all kind of started clicking, at least for me. Okay, so around 11:30 p.m., fire department searched till maybe 11:30 to 12 o'clock, and CERN met with the sheriff and Millett and let them know that they blanketed the area. Felt like they could probably check it off. Okay, so we'll kind of go through this. Let's just kind of blow through this for a minute. These dedicated searchers included members of the Delphi Fire Department, Mike Patty, Eric Erkstein, who is Abby's grandfather by marriage, and some others refused to give up. Okay, what is this? 12 a.m. At approximately, Giancola went out to access the road located on the Monohigh Bridge on the south side of the creek. While searching, he saw something that caught his attention, climbed blocks of concrete, limestone, or big pile under the bridge. Sorry, I'm kind of a little tired. Get a better look over the side of the hill and saw disturbance in the leaves on the side of the hill that was exposing the bare ground. It seemed odd to him. He was with someone from the fire department, Dissinger, Yoder, Erkstein, who pointed out this disturbance in the leaves. They made notice and continued to search approximately 2 a.m. when the search was called off. Libby's video ended up showing the disturbance. The ground was already there before the girls crossed the bridge. Just after midnight, Mike takes Becky home after the official search is called off in case Libby calls, and then he goes back to the fire station. Continues driving around while a group of searchers go back out to the trail. At midnight, Tom Mears took Pat Brown to his truck around 9 p.m. After Pat got home and talked to his wife, he needed a can of Skull, so he drove back to town. While he was in town, he drove some of the back roads, Old 25, and was way out, stopped at the fire station to talk to the guys and ask what they heard. They hadn't heard anything. 12:36 a.m., units attempt to locate two missing juvenile girls, or attempt to locate two missing Liberty Rose Lynn German. Liberty Rose Lynn German, date of birth 12/27 of 2002. Think of that. That's crazy. 5'4", 200 pounds, blonde and blue. Subject last seen wearing a tie-dye shirt that OS fringed at the bottom, gray sweatpants with black writing and black shoes, last seen at the Mountain High Bridge. Indiana, possibly 1,300 hours. 2/13 of 2017. Second juvenile, Abigail Joyce Williams. Abigail Joyce Williams, date of birth 6/23 of 2003. That's crazy. 5'4", red hazel. Subject was last seen wearing gray zip-up jacket with a red shirt under it. Authority, Sheriff County, Lafayette. Mike and a group of searchers arrived back at the Mountain High Bridge. They split up to cover both sides of the creek and worked their way back towards 1.5 hours or 2 hours later. Okay, just before 1 a.m., Sergeant Blodger tells Mullen that, according to his evaluation of the data provided by AT&T, as of 10 p.m., the last contact event between the cell phone and the tower located at Wall Street at 17:44 and 52nd hours. There had been no contact with the phone since then. Blotcher's interpretation of the information received thus far, indication the cell phone was either 1, no longer in the area, or 2, no longer working condition. Giancola continues searching south of Mountain High Bridge. Okay, we're doing the voicemails. Bolo missing juveniles. 2 missing juveniles. German, Liberty Rose Lynn, date of birth 5'4", 200 pounds, blue blonde, last seen wearing a tie-dye shirt that is fringed at the bottom, gray sweatpants with a black writing and black Nike shoes. And Abigail Joyce Williams, 5'4", hazel blonde, last seen wearing gray zip-up sweatshirt, a red shirt under it, and jeans. Both juveniles were last seen at the High Bridge in Delphi. 1:50 a.m., Mullen City remained at the Sheriff's Department the entire day until 2 o'clock or so when they ended the search. At this point, they're investigating 2 missing girls. The information that was there were on the trails had not been returned. Most of the searchers out there were looking for maybe someone who had been injured. We had no idea if anything nefarious happened to the girls. 2 a.m. is when the horror screams happened, and we called the police to come help look again. Okay, I don't know if I can even read that. Yeah, I can't read that. Mike and a group of searchers arrived back at the fire station and decided to reconvene in the morning. Elo and his fiance, Abby's aunt, call it a night. Mike Petty decides to keep driving around searching. Brad Holder checks in at Anytime Fitness. I mean, that guy's got to do a lot more than Anytime Fitness. Oh, yeah, got a good morning workout in. Awesome. Brad, no one cares about you. Sorry. Stewart initially said they cleared the scene at 2:30 a.m., but probably started clearing guys around 1:30 to 2 a.m. After driving around for an hour or an hour and a half to continue searching, Mike Petty returns home. You know, it's funny in life, like everybody thinks they look good. Like Brad Holder, when I was looking at his Facebook, like he literally thinks he's Matthew McConaughey when he takes his workout photos. And I'm not like throwing shade at him, but he like thinks like Brad, come on. Libby's phone connects to the tower for the first time since 5:44 p.m. the day before. Approximately, SMS messages flood within milliseconds of each other. Where are you? AT&T free message. Your free trials ended. Ugh, this is so horrible. Very smart, Michael. Thank you for your opinion on that about the infrared drone footage. Okay, we're looking at 4:33 a.m. Your 911 session is over. Make voice call. See, what is this? Your 911 text session is over. Make a voice call. See, I just feel like we have our satellite data here. Where are you? 4:33 a.m. SMS from Daddy O. Call me. 4:33. God, just thinking about what the parents are going through is just, this is so horrible. Hey, Liberty, where are you? You can be located. Oh, this makes me just so sick to my stomach knowing these are two precious girls. And they're just trying to be girls. Like, they're just loving their life. This is a time where, you're loving like life. You're just experiencing life, and you're getting older, and you're attracted to people, and you're kind of figuring yourself out in life. And this shit has happened. These freak jobs. Libby, oh my God, I hope you're okay. I love you and miss you so much. I know we haven't talked as much anymore, but you're still my best friend and always will be. You're so gorgeous, smart, beautiful, and crazy, but in a good way, because, oh, look at this. You're signing up. This is just so sad. Yeah, dead deer. Yep. Look at all these operating, modified, all the cache data. Okay, we'll keep going here. Sorry about that. It's weird because this case gets you like just so focused on the suspects that you sometimes don't kind of just sit there and realize that these two beautiful children lost their lives, and they were at the stage in their lives where you're like, you're developing emotional intelligence, and you're developing like empathy and like being who you are. And that's kind of what forms you at that age. Approximately 5 a.m., David Erskine and his roommates, Sean and Michael, had home to nap. Mullen called Stirrett to say they have about 300 volunteers coming to help search. They're going to use the fire station as a command post. A couple volunteers, firemen came in to do nothing but register volunteers. Yeah, the 911 text is interesting. Tippecanoe County called to offer a mobile operation center, so they set it out at the bridge area so they could readily coordinate people near it. I mean, could you imagine walking that bridge? That bridge is, I would probably crawl. I just don't know if I could literally walk that bridge. I would be so freaked out with like the missing pieces. Approximately 6 a.m., the searchers reported the horror screams at 2 a.m., began hearing more searchers arrive yelling for the girls. Pig Delphi Fire for any available units, 1076 to station for search party, 7:30 a.m. Mullen arrived at the police department, and at the point the girls were still missing, becoming more concerned, I thought. Mullen met the volunteers who were there, people from the community who wanted to go out and search and produce a map to them, some of them, and also gave me my phone number to call. And at that point, some kind of meeting point or command center was set up by the Delphi Fire Department. Officials took names of individuals and wrote them on a sheet of paper and recorded there and some phone numbers, but I think mainly their names to give them information. Thanks, everyone, for staying with us. Appreciate it. Yep, definitely free Richard Allen. I was not directing them at all. I think the chief of the fire department, he was assisting that aspect. I didn't really direct anybody where to go. As far as sectors and areas where different teams were supposed to search, I didn't command that. So that evening and the next morning, the searches were predominantly looking downstream. If something had happened to the girls, perhaps they had fallen or become injured or come into the stream, there were searches downstream. So the search would encompass this entire area along up to at the bridge. I think there was some searching on the side of the bridge or the Weber side. And I think there was also some searchers that went to the area here, which is kind of a flat up on top. And there has been a valley where the flat area, it's a sharp incline or falling area where I don't think anybody crossed the line. Giancola arrived at the sheriff's office at approximately 7:30 a.m. He was tasked with contacting the landowners in the area to get permission to be on the property and continue the search onto the private property. Becky and Kelsey got up and left about 7:30-ish to meet everybody at the fire station. Pat Brown's wife said the girls had still not been found, so he drove into town and met some people at the Stonehouse restaurant to get coffee. Pat talked to Dennis Randall and then went home to help his daughters get ready for school. My God, when I read Dennis Randall, I thought for a second Dennis Rader. Search parties to 10 to 20 people were sent to check different areas in a 25 mile square radius. The fire department told searchers not to go to certain property. Officials instructed amateur searchers to stay away. Okay, we can blow through this. Okay, next thing. I don't know why I was saying BTK. The groups always had to have someone with them that had a walkie-talkie. After being sent home to grab an item of clothing recently worn by Abby. Oh, that's so crazy for the search dogs. I knew that was coming. I'm not even like a law enforcement person, but I'm like, oh, great, it's sent. And it stayed behind at the fire department, waiting for her father, Cliff, to drive in from Michigan. Becky and Tara's group was sent to search the area down the street from their home in case the girls had tried to get home. They were searching in the fields out in that area just in case something had happened or they had gotten overlooked. Approximately 8 a.m., Derek said they went to the city building where they put us all in groups and gave us a new search area. Derek's search area consisted of the area to the left of the Mona High Bridge, and it ended at the ravine. Derek said they give out maps, and they all got in their groups, and they gave one person, a map of where to go. Derek said there was probably 10 in his group. Derek said he drove from the city building and we parked down by the CPS building. Derek said they walked from the CPS building along the road to Mears entrance and they entered in the trail where they searched the woods back. Derek began searching with his daughter, Glenna, Kelsey, Miss Bennett, and cousin Sadie alongside the trail all the way down until they met with Mona High Bridge. Jenny, what is up? Good to know you're still with us. Good to see you, Jenny. I know you're 2 hours behind, too. You're like at 8:30. When Derek's group got to the area that opens up to the bigger wooded area, they spread out. Kelsey's group searched the south end of the bridge, taking hill on the right side of the bridge. Derek continued searching along the secluded path to the ravine with his daughter, Glenna. 8 a.m. When Elo and Amy arrived to search, they brought ATVs to the fire department, and the command post sent them to Area 9. They searched from Mears Farm down the trail from the trailhead and then to the Mona High Bridge. Becky Petty's sister, Melissa, was in the group that started searching at Freedom Bridge. Melissa's group walked the river area and went beyond the Mona High Bridge. She met up with her nephew, Derek, and Mrs. Bennett briefly, and then continued to search closer to the ravine. Mike Patty got with one of the local firefighters and jumped in a canoe and floated down the creek from the Mona High Bridge downtown. Yeah, I definitely will be in Oklahoma. 8 a.m. dive teams from Tippecanoe County were employed to look in the depths of deeper part of Deer Creek. 8 a.m. Jerry Holman, there's our boy, Jerry Holman, heard on the radio on the news that there were 2 missing girls in Carroll County, that he reached out to Sheriff Toby Lazenby to ask if they needed any assistance. But Toby said, nah, Jerry, just go sit at Dunkin' Donuts. We're all set for now, Jerry. We've had enough of the Golden Corral. We just go hang out at the Golden Corral. Anyone that Bozo has just done his actual job that day. Jerry, we got this. Jerry, just go get some food. After his daughter got off the bus, Pat went back to the town to meet Tom Mears and his father-in-law. They went to the fire station, exchanged phone numbers with Mullen, went back to the search. Pat said Mullen mentioned there'd be search dogs coming to try to get Jerry's donut. No, I'm kidding. And a helicopter would be searching over the trail area, so they decided to search the trail. Jerry is found in a ski mask trying to rob a Dunkin' Donuts. No, I'm kidding. Jake and Shane were aware of a meeting at the fire department. Okay, so this is just talking about people looking for people. Yeah, please sub up and like and subscribe. Thank you, Texas lady. We love everybody from Texas. Yep, exactly. Criminal Network hit the nail on the head. Girls are being held captive of Ron Logan's 100%. That guy was doing what he did. I think it was the one who originally confessed and left DNA. Eve Fields was kind of like, and again, thanks for your comment. You know, we take everything serious, but I don't know about Eve Fields. I think maybe he was just mentally, handicapped. Kelsey's group begins searching below the Monon High Bridge on the south end. Kelsey begins calling Libby's phone open to hear. Can you imagine going through this? I would, if I had a daughter, I would, I couldn't believe this. This is no parent should have to go through this. No one on planet Earth should have to go through this shit. This is horrible. Pat said Mullen mentioned there would be search dogs coming out. A helicopter would be searching over the trail. They decided to search the east of the trail. I mean, this is a lot of just jumbo bombo. After that, they went to Tom's house because he was getting some wood cut up. He has a sawmill. We went back there to his place, messed around a little bit. God, I'm freezing. This hotel room, this is the coldest fucking hotel room I've ever been at. I don't even want to pay the bill when I get out of here. While requesting consent to search Ron's property, a law enforcement officer advised Ron that LEO would not search his home unless evidence led them to Ron's house. Ron told law enforcement officers that he don't think evidence would lead them there. But he said, I don't know. I mean, are we really? I mean, Ron. And I'm getting attacked by Ron Logan supporters online, and we're reading shit like this. Holy cow, man. You guys still believe in Santa Claus too? You think Mickey Mouse is real? And you're attacking me about Ron Logan, and we're reading shit like this going, I don't think you're going to find anything. I don't know. Whoa. This is crazy. This is crazy that I get attacked all the time about this by people that are at CrimeCon that believe CrimeCon. Hey, man, the people at CrimeCon said, it's the birthday. Yeah, okay. We just take like 30 seconds and read the case. I mean, Jesus. Yeah, exactly. Ron Logan had 3 weeks to clean up, remove plumbing, cleaned up, burned the clothes in the bonfire pit. Ron Logan's wearing the same outfit he's getting interviewed on. I mean, it may not be. I'm speculating, right? And some of it could be regular speculation, but Ron Logan is showing up going, oh, it's a damn shame. He's got the cap. Did you see the YouTube videos with the heat image? It's literally putting them together. You see his chest to waist ratio. Everything is matching. Ron, you look fucking pretty familiar to the bridge guy. Sorry, Ron. Oh, shit. Well, what would a 77-year-old do in 2017? They don't know they have a photo of him. He has no clue. He doesn't know which way's up. He's wearing the same outfit going, it's a damn shame. He's thinking he's bleeding from his nose. He's getting on the person. I mean, again, I'm not trying to frame a dead person, right? But I mean, what are we talking about here? You look at the video. What was it, day 3 or 4? He's talking to the news with this fucking identical outfit on. Special agent is talking about false alibi before the evidence of a crime has been committed is typically someone that's been part of the crime. Pinging cell phone outside of his residence at 10 o'clock at 77-year-old on a February. It was warm that day, but at nighttime it's going to be cold. And they're saying that incoming text pinged his ass, okay? And he's dumb enough to have his phone on him, right? Because at that age, and again, I'm not knocking anybody, the dad's probably got his phone on him. He doesn't know. You're holding the phone on you and bing, you're not. Oh, well, the tower says you're probably at the far end of the ring of your property. Oh, you could be at your house. But again, the girls are found over here, and it's showing you ping at the very far end of that fucking ring, right? And I have people texting me, screwballs that believe in Santa Claus that are texting me, harassing women online and being crazy. And then they come get me. They're like, oh, yeah, we can find this guy. Oh, yeah, let's, So anyways, I'm just going off here. I'm just kidding around, guys. It's not as bad as I make it seem. Okay, Ron Logan contacts his cousin. Oh yeah, this excites me. Now this is where the passion of Ted Investigates comes in. This is what I love. This is why I enjoy being this little like content creator guy, this little like guy that's going to be like the biggest nightmare on CrimeCon. But okay, 9:20 a.m. Here we go. Ron contacts his cousin. Hey. Ask him to tell the police that he came to Ron's home between 2 and 2:30 on February 13th to pick up Ron. Ron asked him to say that he drove Ron to the aquarium store, and they returned home to the house between 5 and 5:30. Do we need to discuss anything else about Richard Allen? Can we focus on getting Richard Allen out of prison? I don't care about all the different people. We have Keegan Klein's in prison for the rest of his life. Ron Logan's dead. Again, could we look into Logan and Brad? Yes, we could. They have a couple kind of alibis with their fake check-in, whatever their timestamps are. Could we go after them a little more? Yeah, we could. We could. But could we get the guy that's in jail for 130 years, that has a daughter, has a wife, that didn't move out of Delphi, that worked in the middle of the town, that didn't burn his clothes, didn't throw away his gun? Can we get that guy out of jail? Can we just for a second think what it would be like to be him? Right? Or do you want to just keep a guy in jail for his entire life? A guy that's sleeping on the couch after a murder, and he stayed very consistent with everything, that you don't have DNA evidence, and you're saying an unspent round because you chambered it with a 6-hour PP226 or P226. I'm sorry. Are you freaking kidding me? I mean, and we're all taking photos at CrimeCon while this guy's in prison for 130 years, and we're all, hey, what's up? We're all excited to be at CrimeCon. We all basically created a narrative to make this guy go to jail. And no one cares. We don't care. No one gives a shit. Hey, fuck him. 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 Right? Just screw him. Who cares? Who cares about someone's life? We don't care. It's not us. We weren't there. We don't care. Jerry Holman? Jerry, come on. Talk to me at CrimeCon. Tell me about the interrogation. I don't know anything about being a detective. I don't know anything about being a police officer. I don't know anything about being a lawyer. I'm not in the CIA. I'm not in the FBI. I'm just a person that probably watched 1,000 interrogations. Okay? I have people that I know that have watched that interrogation that I forwarded to, that have different master's degree in criminal profiling and psychology. And nobody thinks it's Richard Allen. Nobody thinks he's guilty. They see that interrogation. They think you're Chris Farley and Tommy Boy describing how you're going to sell tires and crashing all that shit together. Like, people look at you and it's a sad Saturday Night Live skit. It's disturbing on how you're railroading him. There's not many detectives. Detectives know they're being filmed, my friend. They know they're on camera in that room. And you are a guy with no F's given whatsoever. Excuse my language. You don't give a shit. You are as shameless as anyone I've ever met. You're reckless and you're a scary individual. You're doing that to somebody, you're as worse as the perpetrator in themselves. You are taking a person's soul. You're body slamming an innocent man who isn't the squeaky wheel that gets the grease, right? He's just laid back. He isn't outgoing. He's not an extrovert. He's just a regular dad working at CVS, providing for his family with his wife. They both provide. They have a daughter that loves him. You're freaking his life up. I mean, I'm sorry. Yeah, exactly, Rachel. The FBI's guy's Ron Logan. All right. Let's go against the FBI. All right. Well, the FBI is Ron Logan. The jailhouse confession's Ron Logan. Two guys said it's Ron Logan. It pinged to Ron Logan. It's on Ron Logan's property. I mean, how many circles? Just get Rick out of jail. Okay? Let Rick live his damn life. You pieces of shit. You guys are all taking pictures together at CrimeCon. I'm not taking pictures together with anybody. If I could care less. If I'm Vidi Politan is not taking pictures with anybody. Brian Eaton is not taking pictures with anyone. People that are out of their freaking minds are taking pictures with people. And we know who those people are when you go in CrimeCon. I've seen them. You've probably seen them. 100% you've seen them. You know more about the case than me. These people are taking hardcore pictures of themselves. Who would do that? Unless I was El Chapo, maybe. If I'm making like $1 billion a month. All right, fine. Why don't you get me and El Mayo and take a picture of us together? You know? But you're going to sit at CrimeCon and you're going to smile and be part of that bullshit? I mean, where's your soul at? We know you looked at the case. I mean, Holman is a different beast altogether, but you know what I'm talking about, the blonde hair lady, and I keep forgetting her name, Hendrickson, and I'm not trying to target her. I'm not trying to get bad press. You're eating with these people, and you know there's other podcasters there, and you've seen them just like I've seen them. They're smiling because they're getting their clickbait, and they're getting their likes, their views, and they're, you know who I'm talking about. Okay, they may be about probably 5 years older than me, have blonde hair. Not going to call them out. I'm not going to say who it is. But they're there. They're getting their views. They're trying to make their money. There's a guy in jail. You're making your money off a guy in prison for the rest of his life. You don't care. Hey, I know Jerry Holman. He's willing to come on my show. That's all you care about. You know, some people have priorities and other people have different priorities. It's just life, you know. I'm in business. I know really ruthless people. I know bad people, and I know good people. And you hit the crossroad in life. You're going to take a right. You're going to take a left. You're going to do the right thing, do the wrong thing. That's kind of where we're at. And we got a guy in 130 years in jail. Oh, he confessed. Solitary confinement. Dr. Walla, who's obsessed with the case, that wishes she was like Detective Gadget, or I'm sorry, I'm dating myself, but Palumbo, like she's in a crime of fiction now. She's obsessed with the case. She's like a pro burger, basically. Anyways, I'm just blabbing. All right, let's go through here. Let's see. Yeah, art is powerful. Yeah, I'll buy all that art. Yep, exactly. All right, so 10 a.m. Holman received a phone call that his jelly donuts. No, I'm kidding. I shouldn't even say that. I have family in law enforcement, and I agree with law enforcement in most of the crimes, right? Cops protect us. And there's people like Jerry Holman. They're on pig roast that look like they have an apple in their mouth. They look like literally a pig. You should be on a roast. I look forward to being at CrimeCon. We're going to be first class all the way there. Marriott, big ass table. I'm going to have banners that say you guys are frauds, and probably get tased. It'll at least be good entertainment. I know how to provide fun entertainment, even if it's worth getting my first little small misdemeanor. All right. Erskine said he was alone when he found the bodies. Oh, this is horrible. He said he walked up the hill and the left scene immediately after Spencer Kingery showed up with Drew Yoder to relieve him. Pat Brown got a call from the school saying his daughters wasn't feeling well, so he left to search. Pick her from school. Holman and Buckley arrived, Delphi, and met with CCS deputies. God, Jerry Holman is such a fraud, such a terrible human being, such a horrible person. Approximately 11 a.m., when Jake and Shane reached the Monon High Bridge cross underneath, they saw the tie-dye shirt hung in some roots and water. Shane tried to go towards the shoe but couldn't make it because the water was so deep. Holy cow, it's 11 o'clock at night. My God. Not good. Ted is getting exhausted. So Shane tried to go towards the shoe but couldn't make it because the water was so deep and they had half boots. Shane said the water was really deep, and if you tried, you could probably go halfway. Jake and Shane went up the bridge. Hey, are you guys all jumping on the Discord for the after party tonight? We have an after party after this event. We're all going to go crazy. So please, can someone respond? Does anybody coming on the Discord tonight? We're going to do a voice call or whatever. No, I'm serious. We're going to do a fun after hours Discord summary, and everyone can share their thoughts. Or am I kind of really off base here? I might be off base. Sorry. Maybe I'm getting crazy. Okay. Here we go. Shane Haygood saw footprints of disturbed rocks sliding down the hillside to the riverbank on the south side of Deal Creek while the access road. Elo found a trail cam with an SD card and was asked to take Ben Mears to where the trail cam was located. Amy texts Elo at the party. Oh, yeah, doing X spaces. That would be legit. Yeah, an X space would be fun. I don't even know how to do that. I'm so inept. I'm an ineptitude with technology. Oh, Jenny. Yes, Jenny, you'll be there. X is much easier to understand. I don't know, Laura. Maybe. I try X. Well, I do get, and again, I do get my football updates on X. Yeah, we're doing business videos, so we're all going to be on the live stream, however Discord works. I still am trying to figure it out, but I know there was somebody on there that said, hey, Ted, why don't we all kind of do this, I don't know, this where we all talk to each other? I have no clue. We're just going to try. So anyway, Shane Haygood saw Brad German, Terry German, and Kelsey German right after they found the shirt and the shoe. Shane was standing between the crime scene and Weber's house along the private drive. Shane couldn't see the bodies from his elevated position. He never crossed the creek nor had headed to the area of bodies, but he called Pat Brown and said they could see something behind the cemetery near the creek, so Pat headed that way. Derek said they made it all the way back to the ravine and then ran into his aunt, Melissa Marshad. I can't disk my gifts back. I'm going to have to wait for them to respond to my email. Where's the Discord? Yeah. Oh, the Discord group. Can somebody all right, let me figure this out. I apologize. I'm just learning Discord. Discord link, please. Yep. We're sending it. We just don't know what we're doing. Oh, Texas lady, what's up? Oh, she wrote me. I don't even know. Okay, wait. I don't know how to do the Discord link. Hold on. I have a... Let's get out of this. I think I can send it on my phone. 1 second. It's kind of a fun link. Ideally, Facebook people I know lost their minds. Yeah, I know. So we've had problems from people with their behavior on Discord. but I've done a pretty good job of blocking people that are out of control. It's weird because I didn't think I'd have to control people during the day when I'm like at my job, but there's weird people that hop on there. So if you harass people or you say mean things, you're going to be off the Discord, if that makes sense. It takes me a little bit to figure out. So if you think you're going to get away, you're not. I'm so new to Discord, but we do a pretty good job. So if you're going to harass females or males and be like nasty and think it's funny, Ted's going to get you. It just might take a little bit for understanding Discord, but we got you and you're going to be gone. I can try, but I need a wrench. Wait. Yep, there's no trolls. There's no drama. We don't want any part of that. Everybody's trying to make a living in life. We're busy, hard at work. And if you're going to stalk people, it's the whole reason why, true crime, right? We're against people that behave like that. So anyways, long story short, I'll get you the Discord link. But the second anybody's like, oh my God, I'm going to go, no, tag somebody, you're gone. Like I can't do that. I work for a living. I have to make money. I don't have any time for like saying mean things to people. So sorry, I think I've explained myself enough. All right, hold on. I'll be able to add this once I rub a couple brain cells together. Discord. Copy link. Okay, here we go. Holy cow. It is freezing in this Marriott. Hold on a second. People are watching. Okay, I'm just going to post it on the... Here we go. Oh, man, some people are blocked. What are you guys saying in this chat thread? Jesus. Wait, let's see what this person's saying. Oh, never mind. It's our buddy. It's our one guy that I had a block. Okay. All right, good deal. I sent everybody to Discord. Okay, let's try to finish this out. Hopefully I can. This is tough. There's like 160 of these slides. Okay, so Melissa was not at Derek's group. Derek said, Melissa, come up behind us. See if the steakhouse is closed. Yeah, that's closed. All right, I don't know where to get food. So just give me 1 second. I'm just checking Uber Eats because I don't think there's anywhere to eat now. I'm going to be in trouble. All right, so Derek told Melissa we have to go back to the entrance. The rest of the group was already about, I could see them in the field going back. And she said, well, I'm going to go down and check from here. Shortly after the shoe was found and search nearly continued searching the wooded area down the hill. Okay, sorry about that. I know I'm trying to stay focused on my presentation. All right, but something else was there. Kelsey couldn't see anything from where her group was, but she had a feeling that it was good by the way their voices sounded. When they were yelling, they found them. Pat Brown was heading back to search. Tom Mears called him to tell he had gotten a call from Shane because Jake had found a tie-dyed shirt in the creek, hung up some roots under the bridge, and they wanted Pat to check the area. Pat didn't know Shane and didn't know the area well, but parked by the cemetery and walked from County Road 300 north to the cemetery onto Ron Logan's property, south toward the north side of the Deer Creek. And again, I am focusing, just to follow up with what you're saying. We're on hour 4, so I'm just, sorry, I'm getting a little bit, trying my best here. I got ADHD. What do you want from me? And required, we contact Sanders at redacted. They have permission to search the property, and required if they have permission to search the property, and he gives them permission to search the property. Someone radios fire command to ask the girls if they are found in the water. Person just had a citizen stop by our area, advised that the girls have been found in the water. Can you confirm that? Negative. We have no confirmation of that whatsoever. He advised it was John Weaver that told him Giancola was headed to a different part of 300 North, 575 West with Deputy Yoder because someone informed him they had a whole bunch of trail cameras on the property. Pat Brown, the trail cameras ELO. He intended to go pull the footage, but on the way there, he received a call from Liggett, who told him to go to the cemetery immediately. He did not ever go to retrieve those trail cameras. When Melissa reached the top of the hill near the center, she ran into Derek German. After chatting with Derek, he walked down the hill, saw the girls, screamed, and ran away. Wow. She doesn't remember detail and didn't have a gun with her while searching. Elo and Melissa come up the hill screaming about finding the girls. They, Elo, and who? Is he still with Tom Mears or Erkstein? Walked down the hill to the creek and saw the girls' distance. Pat Brown ran into Melissa, was running up the hill screaming. They spoke for a brief moment, and Melissa told him to go toward the firemen across the creek. Pat Brown was halfway between the cemetery and Deer Creek where the clothes were found. When he saw the girls, he thought they were mannequins. He could see Deer Creek from where the bodies were. He turned around and yelled that he had found the girls, then stood there but faced away from them. Both Jack Johns and Shane Haygood said he could hear Pat yelling that they found the bodies, but they couldn't see the bodies. That's when Melissa, she took off and ran back towards the other way. I turned around. I don't turn around. And like I said, I yelled, we had fought them. You need to call the police. I got on the phone. I called Mears, told him that we had found them. I stood there facing away from them. And while standing over Ben Mears, come from the other way with another fellow, they came, they stopped. And the fire, I come from the west, and I was standing there. Yep, I'm definitely going to order food. Thank you. Okay, here indicates, I don't know if I just read that or not. 1 second. Okay, this is the next one. Here indicates, and they come over. They did not get close to the girls, but they stood there for a little bit, and then they went up to the cemetery. I walked over to Ben Mears at the point in time. We stood there and waited, and that's where police officers came. Okay, did you go to some point? I said yes. Okay, I'm sorry, just 1 second. Okay, so okay, sorry about that. I'm having seeing if the guy wants to come on board. He's okay. Okay, so Stacy, okay, did you at some point go closer to the fireman that was in the water? Yes, I come to the creek where Ben Mears was with another okay. Yes, I come to the creek where Ben Mears was with another guy standing with him. So I followed through the guy dressed in the firearms clothes who was over there, and I was standing with them. And then you were were you there closer to the water talking to the fireman? Did you know that he had come from the water or where? No, I didn't know where he came from. I didn't know if he came this way. I didn't see him. Okay. And you said you were saw Ben Mears. Yes, ma'am. Did you see what area he came from? Yes. He came from the west. Okay. Did you come from the direction after you saw the bodies? Yes. Mullen received a phone call on his cell phone from Pat Brown, and he told Mullen that he located 2 bodies south of Morning Heights Cemetery, somewhere close to the creek. Mullen remained at the police department, informed the officers who were around him, and they left the city building to go to the area where Pat said he found the bodies. Mullen's understanding was that the girls were not in the water. They were on dry land. Giancola and Yoder parked at the cemetery and made their way to water's edge. On their way to the creek, Giancola and Yoder passed a female that was extremely distraught. They were able to see 4 people over on the north side of the creek. Three people on the south side of the creek directly across from him. Everyone was pointing into the water, and he saw a multicolored shirt and tennis shoes stuck in the roots of the tree on the creek bank, but still in the water. Him and other people across the creek were howling back and forth at each other, but someone on his side of the creek, north, believed that the bodies had been behind them. Giancola had not seen the bodies and walked down from the cemetery to the creek from his vantage point. You could not see a whitish color that stood out, but to make out it was Erskine called Deputy Yoder, arriving along with Elo and two people he didn't know. Erskine said he didn't see the bodies until Eloy pointed them out. When Deputy Yoder and another deputy arrived to see the clothes, they didn't know about the bodies yet. Elo's search party had to show Yoder where the bodies were. Elo only saw white skin and then believed was Abby. One of people Elo was with was a relative, Erskine, ? And that relative was carrying a 9mm, but Elo was not carrying a weapon that day. A photographer from Pharaoh's Tribune posted some of the photos of the search activities on Facebook and commented that even from 75 years away, he could see the clothing in the creek. Police also found found and bagged a cigarette butt deemed to be relatively fresh that was on the edge of Deer Creek in the water. It's unclear which. Giancola and Yoder were the first and second law enforcement officers arrived. Both girls were deceased. One was nude. The other one was clothed. Giancola realized them from the photos had been circulating. They both had large lacerations to their throats, he said, and with substantial amount of blood and underneath the bodies. Bit also didn't remember if he saw any blood on Abby's body at all. He said her clothing appeared to be wet, but there wasn't a cutoff point or on where it went from wet to dry. He got within 10 yards of the bodies and no one else was nearby. He did not perform any life-saving measures because it was obvious that it would be a failure, futile. The path that he took from the cemetery toward the creek was approximately 30 to 40 yards away from the girls were ultimately found after floating down Deer Creek from the Mona High Bridge with a local firefighter back into town. Mike Patty caught a ride back to the fire department station from someone on a Ranger Gator. After arriving at the fire station, Mike heard over the radio that someone possibly found the girls, so he jumped into his truck and drove out there. Becky and most of the family was already there. Derek ran into Melissa. Melissa told them they needed to head back to Mears. Kelsey was on the south end of the bridge already getting ready when she heard someone yell. They found the girls. Kelsey didn't know the person, but they said they were young. Kelsey then crossed over back over the bridge and saw her in brown. Bigelow told Kelsey they needed to go back to Mears. Brad German told Kelsey to his house on his four-wheeler, while Yoder took down the names of searchers who found the bodies. Giancola called Liggett to tell him they found the bodies, and they called out the other officers to close off the area to ensure no one else approached the scene. Giancola didn't remember if he used his personal cell when he received a call from Liggett while down the crime scene, or if he was using his work cell phone. Giancola testified that no unauthorized people got close within approximately 10 yards of the crime scene while he was there, and the Indiana State Troopers were the first to arrive. They got within minutes. Was Giancola referring to Holman and Buckley? They started a crime scene log and proper investigations arrived. Liggett directed Giancola and Yoder to the opposite side to make sure no one tried to access the crime scene from that side. Holman notified that two girls were located in the woods near the Mona High Bridge. So I went, my car was blocked in at SSCO. So I rode out with an FBI agent at the time named Rich Davies and went to the crime scene. Officers told Pat Brown, Melissa, Tom, and Ben Mears to leave the way they came. Pat said he obsessed a lot with officers heading to the crime scene as he walked back to his truck parked at the cemetery. When Becky was walking back to her car after her group finished searching the fields, a friend came up and told her searchers found the girls, so Becky ran to her car and drove to the Mears lot. Mike came over and Becky sat down in the truck so could look for someone to update them, but they saw the coroner's van race first. When Derek got back to Mears' lot, Becky and Melissa were distraught. He saw the coroner's van and 12 cops fly by. Derek called Kelsey to let her know he was going to drive Brad German's house and tell her what happened. Carrie Timmons' brother calls and says he's seeing disturbing things on Facebook and that she should call Becky. Blank wasn't ready for bad news, so she'd call Kelsey repeatedly, but Kelsey wasn't answering the phone. We're going to have a fun after party tonight, so don't go to bed. When Becky was walking back to her car after her group finished searching the fields, a friend came. Oh, wait, I'm reading the same thing. I think I'd be drunk and tired. That's funny. Carrie said I probably called her 10 times, no answer. And so I had jumped in the car and I was on my way to the gas station. Fine. If they're not going to call me, I'm on my way. I probably called her 10 times, no answer. And so I jumped in the car and I was on my way to the gas station. Fine. If they're not going to call me, I'm going on my way, and I was probably 4 or 5 blocks away from the gas station when my phone rang, and it was Kelsey's number that popped up. So I was expecting when I answered the phone to hear Kelsey say, "Mom, we found her." And it was Derek, and he said, "Carrie, they found the girls." Doug Carter received a phone that the bodies of the 2 girls were found. Carter leaves downtown Indianapolis with information. Officer Sergeant Kim Riley. I know you guys are with her, and that's why I'm trying to read fast. Oh, come on. There's an after party. There's like the Ted Investigates after party. All right, that's fine. If you guys go to sleep, please get your rest. This is going on for a long time. You think we should do a part 2 and in 10 minutes to the after party, or should I keep reading? I might have to go to the bathroom for 1 second. Is that okay, everybody? Hold on 1 second. I have to go back. Do a part 2. Yeah, I know. I think I'm going to do a part 2 because this is going to go on. I'm going to be able to work tomorrow. 1 second. I'm going to go to the washroom real quick, and then we'll get a vote if we do an after party. Yeah, BYOB for sure. Yeah, I have vodka here. So yeah, I'm going to be all ready. All right, so I'm going to remove myself for 1 second, go to the Nature's Calling, and then we'll vote on whether we do the after party now or we keep reading for this for another 10 hours. So it's up to you guys. Okay. Yeah, I think we're going to go to the after party. Let's give the after party like 10 minutes and hop on the voice chat. What does everybody think? I think after party, I got food on the way. least Jenny will be in the after party with me. Right, Jenny? Good night, Laura. You get my business clothes off. I'm dead. Yes. Yes. All right. We'll see everybody in the after party like in 10 minutes. Thank you. And we'll read the rest coming up. But yeah, I'm dead. So come to the Discord after party. See you later.